Okay. So we're going to go into the principle of mentalism. Okay. And so the principle of mentalism is really what we're talking about here. This is from the Kemetic principles, which then later became the Hermetic principles. So we're talking about something that was taught again by the ancient god Thoth. I talk about this guy a lot because this was an awesome being. This guy knew a lot of stuff. He lived for so many years, he was able to incarnate at will. And because of that, with full memory, he never had to start over again. He just kept compiling and compiling data and compiling data and compiling data. So he became this massive mind, this massive, incredible brain of information. And the thing about him, he had compassion for people. He never once claimed to be a god. Nowhere in any text does he ever say he's God. He never masqueraded as a god like his relatives did. Matter of fact, when people would bow to him, he would tell them that he was just a son of Atlantis. So he never took advantage of his power and his position of his knowledge against human beings, which I really like. And that's why I talk about him so much, because I mean, his cousins and his relatives, they abused us. They literally abused us in the worst ways. Okay. So the principle of mentalism, we're talking about here. We're talking about everything is mind. All is mind, and since as above, so below is the constant in the universe. So we're talking about the universe is an actual mind itself. So the universe is a mind, and our mind is a fractal of the universal mind. So everything is a fractal of the mass, of the big picture. So since everything is, somebody says they raise their hand. Let me see what that means. Hold on. I don't have an answer a raised hand. Let me see more. Okay, I can see chat. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I'm just trying to see how this thing works so I can get a little bit more well versed on it. Somebody says my internet went down. Can't back it up. Okay. All right, well they're all back in here now. So anyway, so everything is so we're talking about fractals now. Your consciousness, your mind is your brain is not creating consciousness, it's downloading consciousness. It's downloading it from the mass source. You're getting a fractal of the complete total life force that exists in this entire universe. A fractal of it is inhabiting your avatar body. But because everything is mind and the universe is mind, everything that's solid is an illusion. This bottle of water is not even here. Matter of fact, I'm not even touching this bottle of water. What's happening is the electromagnetic fields generated by the electrons orbiting our atoms in my fingers are repelling the electromagnetic field of the atoms orbiting the electrons in this, what we're calling plastic, so to speak. It's repulsion. I never actually touch anything. You never actually touch anything. And this is all created by the mind. This is a collapsed electromagnetic wave. Everything that you see that you think is solid is an electromagnetic wave. This pen exists as a wave of potential information with a specific frequency, subatomic frequency assigned to it, that when a conscious observer interacts with that wave, it collapses into an object that we consider to be what we call solid, that we can manipulate and maneuver in the third dimension. Everything in this entire third dimension is created by thought. Everything. Everything in the third dimension is created by thought. Some of you may have heard me talk about this before, right? Got a cell phone here, all right? So I'm an inventor. I go, you know what? I'd like to be able to have a device that can allow me to communicate with people, but have all these functions and features built into it as well. Okay? So I start thinking about this cell phone in my mind. So on the consciousness platform, because the universe is all mind, this pops up in the consciousness platform, in the etherical plane. This now will exist in a higher dimension, not in the third dimension yet, because it hadn't been made yet. In a higher dimension, this actually exists, right? Boom, it's up there. Wow, incredible. Okay, beautiful. Now what happens is, once I think about it so much, and I think now, yes, I'm ready to manifest this object, that I've got all the ideas in my mind of how I want it on this conscious platform. Now, when you're thinking about it in the consciousness platform, it's real. Don't think that it's not real. It's actually more real than it is in the third dimension. When you're thinking about it in the consciousness platform, it's actually real and it does exist. And you can actually test it and use it. I'm gonna show you how Nikola Tesla did that, okay, in a minute. From there, you say, I wanna manifest this down into the third dimension. We gotta break it into 3D so everybody can access it and use it. So what you do is you get a pen and a paper and you start drawing the phone. And then you give that information to a computer designer who puts it into a computer, which is still two-dimensional lines. So you take it from a multi-dimensional platform into a two-dimensional platform, and then you take it from a two-dimensional platform and you give it to an engineer. The engineer takes that two-dimensional information and turns it into a three-dimensional object. And then you can actually touch it, pick it up, maneuver it, XYZ axis in physical space. Because you've now brought it down, you stepped it down from the 8th dimension all the way down to the 3rd, okay, to the 3rd. That's where you started at. You started with the 8th. You don't even know that, but we're going to talk about that today as well. That's how things happen in the 3rd dimension. And if we didn't have the capability of creating things with our mind, there'll be nothing here. There'd be nothing here, okay? The universe is all mind, and it's all mental. That's why we can tap into others' information. Every time you think a thought, it becomes a wave of information that travels into space, and somebody else can capture that information and download it into their body. Let's see here. Okay, next. Okay. So we're going to talk about memory for a brief second, and then we're going to move on. So a group of scientists took some people, some test people, you know, and said, look, come in this room, we're going to get you guys together and we're going to take you out for a quick walk through the city. Didn't really tell them what they were doing and why they were doing it. So they take them for this quick walk through the city, maybe a few blocks, bring them back to the laboratory. When they get back to the laboratory, they ask them a couple of questions like, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you smell? Okay. So these people were given mundane answers. Oh, we saw some people walking. We heard some, we heard some people talking, and we saw some buildings and stuff like that, you know. So they said, okay, interesting. So then they took them to another part of the room and they did a special type of a hypnotism with them. And then in a hypnotic state, they were able to recall the names of buildings. They were able to recall stuff they saw in the windows at stores. They were able to recall what people were actually saying in conversations, even license plate numbers in some cases, okay? This was a real experiment that was done, proving that everything is, again, mental, and the mind is recording everything nonstop. It's picking up data. What your mind is doing, it's not that it sees a watch in the window. It's not that it hears a conversation. It's not that it, feels the street beneath your feet. It's collecting digital bits of information, zeros and ones, and it's downloading it into your body. The human avatar body is a downloading machine. It just downloads all day long. That's what you're doing. You're downloading information nonstop. And I'm going to show you why in a minute. So you have the neocortex, which is the main part of the brain that's responsible for a lot of the information that you're able to process. More importantly, it's in humans, it's involved in higher functions of sensory perception, the generation of motor commands, spatial reasoning, conscious thought, and language. Okay, this is what I call Neo from the Matrix, Neo. Now, I'm going to take it a step further with this because light equals intelligence, and some of you have not seen this one before, but the light that's coming out of your brain when you think about things is intelligent, and it also seeks to find other intelligences to link up with. And the reason why light is intelligent is because photons are intelligent. Photons make decisions. So do electrons. Electrons make decisions. We know this from the double slit experiment. Okay, we know this from the double slit. So again, a little bit of remedial here before we go on, because I think it's important for the people who don't know what this is all about and how these things can actually work before we get into the actual remote viewing session. Let's see here.
And here we are, the granddaddy of all quantum weirdness. the infamous double slit experiment. To understand this experiment, we first need to see how particles, or little balls of matter, act. If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and
Okay, hold on a second. There's an issue with the video. Let me go back and fix that real quick. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for raising your hands and telling me that. I appreciate that. Let me go back again and see why that was. That was weird. Should have been working just fine. Let me go here to the
And here we are, the granddaddy of all quantum weirdness, the infamous double slit experiment. To understand this experiment, we first need to see how particles, or little balls of matter, act. If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing. So, when we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this, two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum. An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, a single band. So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands. What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. But we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense. But physicists are clever. They thought, Maybe those little balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So they decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like a particle. But mathematically, it's even stranger. It goes through both slits and it goes through neither. And it goes through just one and it goes through just the other. All of these possibilities are in superposition with each other. But physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of two bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched. And it was here that physicists stepped forever into the strange, never world of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer collapsed the wave function simply by observing.
Okay, I'm going to pause the share for 1 second because I want to hop in here. So I think this is really important, a really important part of remote viewing. Some of you may have seen this video before. You may have seen some of my lectures before, and I played that video before. But there's a lot of people on here that have never heard of the double slit experiment or really understand how it relates directly to remote viewing. Once you understand that everything in the universe is conscious because every electron is conscious, it makes decisions. It makes decisions. And because it's conscious, that means you're interacting with everything is sentient. The atoms in this pen are conscious. The atoms in this phone are conscious. And when you begin to realize that everything is conscious, you're going to start treating things totally differently because you're dealing with something that's sentient. You're not dealing with just a mundane object. Okay, you're going to treat things with more respect and dignity, but also realizing and understanding the connection that we all have to everything in the entire universe. If you remember the Star Wars movie, in Star Wars, the older version, where their ship crashes into the mud, and Yoda is there with young Skywalker, and he's telling Skywalker to raise the ship out of the mud and put it on the bank. And Skywalker's getting frustrated because his mind, he can't tap into that energy field to raise it. He tries, but he gets worked up and frustrated and he walks away. Yoda taps into the Force, which is what we're doing when you tap into remote viewing. He taps into the Force and he uses it. He connects himself to the ship and he raises it. How is he raising the ship? Now, this is obviously science fiction, but in reality, this is something that the monks do all the time when they raise gigantic stones in Tibet. What's happening here is he literally discovered or understood the fact that everything energetically is connected and all information is connected. All he did literally was talk to the atoms inside the ship and collaborated with them to lift the ship and move it over. It's not this special superpower. It's a certain understanding of how nature works and functions and how to tap into that with the human mind. And that's what's so special about it, all right? I'm going to go back in here again, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the mind before we get into our thing here. Let's see where we are here. Let's see if I can. So the first ever photograph was taken of both a particle and a wave. We're talking about wave-particle duality, where everything exists as a wave of potentials. And the wave is a wave of what? Wave of light. Everything in the universe is light, including your body. Everything is made of light. This phone is made of light because when you analyze the atoms that are in this phone and you break them down into the constituent parts, you discover that they're made of light waves, and that the collapsing of the light wave is what gives it a solid effect. So everything exists first as a wave of light, and then it's collapsed into digital bits of information. So when you're not at home, your house exists as a wave of potentials. When you show back up to look at it, or anybody else is looking at it, it collapses into the house. Why does it look like the same house? Because your house has a specific frequency. This phone has a specific frequency. This pen has a specific frequency. And so no matter who's observing it, it collapses into the same exact shape and dimension in this 3D realm that we're inhabiting right now, okay? It's really a phenomenal matrix that we're in. The creator of this matrix is out there, man, because it's really amazing. A human being exists now. Scientists now have completely admitted this. A human being exists as both solid matter and a wave of light because of wave-particle duality. You are all light beings. You are all light workers. You are all made of light. So when somebody tells you the light is in you and you're made of light and all this kind of stuff, and you're a light worker, it's not just words. It's real. It's actual scientific fact. So what's happening here with the brain, okay? How is this happening? How is this remote viewing going to be able to work? This is a picture I'm trying to paint for you, because what I'm big on is getting people to understand why things equal what they do. In other words, how come 2 times 2 equals 4? What's the why? Why is that? We know the answer. We have memorized all the answers to all the multiplication tables, okay? Because we were taught in school, when we see these numbers, this is what the answer is. When we see these numbers, this is what the answer is. A lot of the times, people don't go based off of figuring out or solving the problem. They just go off of remembered, regurgitated information. So I like to show people, no, let's learn the process here so that we can actually have a real result, okay? A real result. So the human brain, as you can see in this image, is encased inside of a skull. The brain is disconnected from reality. It has no other way to reach out to reality or to the outside world except for through the sensory perception, okay? And that is those are your friends, or the brain's friends. You have touch, sight, hearing, smelling, and taste. Those are the main sensory perceptions that we know of. Now, how is this actually working? When you say, oh, I see something or I hear something, what we're taking for granted is that we're downloading, is what we're doing. Every time you interact with sensory perception at the smallest scale, I picked up a pen and I could feel this pen. I don't feel the pen. I downloaded the data from an electromagnetic wave. That's what I just did. That's what I did. So your brain is creating these holograms all the time. So your brain says, I don't know what's going on in this field out here, this field of energy. So it says to its friends, go out there and collect me some data. So, touch and sight and smelling and all that, they go out. They go out, but they themselves collect data that they can't decipher. My nose can't decipher what a smell actually is. My hands can't tell me I'm grasping onto a pen. It just collects data from the electromagnetic interactions. And then it sends that data into the brain. The brain takes the data from all these different sources and then projects a hologram as to what it believes is going on out there. And you navigate through the matrix based off of a holographic projection coming from your own mind. That's how we get around this planet. That's how you maneuver through everything. We're living in a gigantic holodeck. This is a hologram, okay? And because of that, everything is energetic. And because everything is energetic, when we're on the same grid, everything is connected. That's the point of this. Everything is connected. You are downloading 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you weren't downloading, you would know nothing. You'd be in a bed, in a state of like a coma, okay? Because everything that you interact with is a download. When you smell something, you don't smell anything. You're downloading electromagnetic wave. You're converting that electromagnetic wave, which we call a molecule, because it collapses into what we call a molecule. You're converting it into sensory perception information that the brain says this is a lemon, or this is a, you know, whatever, a dump truck just passed by and I can smell it. It's actually downloaded waves of information. Before those atoms became molecules and before those molecules got to your sensory tool to be collected and downloaded, they started off as waves. It's really incredible the way this universe is set up and created. So you have your speech area, you have the somatic sensory in the cortex, your gustatory, which is your tasting area, your language area, your visual area, and your auditory area in parts of the brain. And the data is collected from these sensory perceptions, these sensory tools, I should say. It's downloaded into these sections of the brain, and then the brain projects a holographic projection to give you the navigation capability or understanding of what you're interacting with or what you're doing. It's the convergence of this area, of these areas, that give you your sense of reality in the third dimension. This is the world's first multi-user hologram table. We are literally living in a hologram, and the fact that as above, so below is so real, we are now creating our own holograms as well. And so, to me, more proof that we're living in an ancestor civilization. Most likely, this is a civilization. This universe was created by some level above us, and we're just one of many, many universes stacked on top of each other, just like we have now created this game called No Man's Sky, this video game called No Man's Sky. It has 80 quadrillion planets, unlimited numbers of life forms in it, and the game never ends. We created a universe on one DVD. We also have the Sims video game, which are going to be conscious in just a couple of years with AI technology. They're going to be asking themselves, who are we? Who created us? What's our Big Bang? And they themselves may start to create their own games inside the game, and then start to create their own universes inside their game, which is again another concept of a ancestor universe. I think that we're living in universes stacked many, many levels deep, and that we're very, very far from base reality. I don't think we're even close to base reality, wherever that's located. So now we're getting very close to starting the training, but I want to bring you a little bit more information here, because I want you to get a full, wrap your mind around this all the way, to understand the plasticity of this universe and how flexible and how programmable it is, okay? So that you can understand, yes, you can plug into this thing and you can get information. Let me talk about Sylvester James Gates, or Jim Gates Jr. I'm gonna read his bio, okay? It's a little bit mundane, but I'm gonna read this man's bio because I want you to understand what he says on the next page, and I want you to understand that it's a guy with this level of reputation doesn't just lightly say things. Sylvester James Jim Gates Jr., born December 15, 1950, is an American theoretical physicist. He received his BS degrees and PhD degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I know that place. Let me go back. That's where I got my certificate in applied neuroscience. And later in 1977, his doctoral thesis was the first one at MIT to deal with supersymmetry. In 2017, Gates retired from the University of Maryland and is currently the Brown Theoretical Physics Center Director, Ford Foundation Professor of Physics, and affiliate of Mathematics Professor and Faculty Fellow at Watson Institute for International Studies and Public Affairs at Brown University. While at the University of Maryland, College Park, Gates was a University System Regents Professor, the John S. Toll Professor of Physics, the Director of the String and Particle Theory Center, and Affiliate Professor of Mathematics. Gates served on the U.S. President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, contemporaneously on the Maryland State Board of Education from 2009 to 2016, and the National Commission on Forensic Science from 2013 to 2016. He is known for his work in supersymmetry, supergravity, superstring theory, and in 1984 working at the working with M.T. Grossaru and Rochek Siegel. Gates co-authored Superspace, the first comprehensive book on the topic of supersymmetry. In 2017, Hex the Gigs in 2019, together with Kathy Peltier, he co-authored Proving Einstein Right, the Daring Expeditions That Changed How We Look at the Universe. I mean, I can go on and on. I mean, this guy is, if anybody was a genius on this planet, this is one of the top geniuses. I put this guy up there with Tesla. Okay, I put him up there with Nikola Tesla. And not that many people have heard his name, Sylvester James Gates Jr. Incredible. I mean, I can go on and on and on here. Let's see what he has to say about the universe.
So where has this pursuit taken you?
Oh my God.
Where have you landed?
Why would you ask that?
I'm asking you that here and now. It's New York City. It's March 7th.
Well, partly it's taken to these very strange images that are behind your head right now. These are pictures of equations. I've been, for the last 15 years, trying to answer the kinds of questions that my colleagues here have been raising. And what I've come to understand is that there are these incredible pictures that contain all the information of a set of equations that are related to string theory. And it's even more bizarre than that, because when you then try to understand these pictures, you find out that buried in them are computer codes, just like the type that you find in a browser when you go surf the web. And so I'm left with the puzzle of trying to figure out whether I live in the matrix or not.
Wait, you're blowing my mind at this moment. So you're saying, are you saying your attempt to understand the fundamental operations of nature leads you to a set of equations that are indistinguishable from the equations that drive search engines and browsers on our computers?
That is correct. So
wait, I have to just be silent for a minute here. So you're saying as you dig deeper, you find computer code writ in the fabric of the cosmos?
Into the equations that we want to use to describe the cosmos, yes.
Computer code?
Computer code, strings of bits of ones and zeros.
It's not just sort of resembles computer code, you're saying it is computer code.
It's not even just is computer code, it's a special kind of computer code that was invented by a scientist named Claude Shannon in the 1940s. That's what we find very, very deeply inside the equations that occur in string theory and in general in systems that we can say are supersymmetric.
Okay. Time to go home, I think. Where are we going to go? So are you saying we're all just, there's some entity that programmed the universe and we're just expressions of their code?
Well, I didn't say that. Some of those,
like the Matrix? That's what you said.
Some of those codes are showing on the screen behind you right now. They don't look like codes, but these pictures, which we call adinkras, are graphical representations of sets of equations that are based on codes. So this is, in fact, to answer your question more directly, I have in my life come to a very strange place because I never expected that the movie The Matrix might be an accurate representation of the place in which I live.
Jim, may I give you an argument that
So, as you see, it's not just me talking. One of the smartest men to ever exist on this planet and one of the leaders in theoretical physics and supersymmetry in the world says the same thing. So, you know, brain-heart coherence has a lot to do with being able to tap into this energetic field and quantum entangle with the energetic field. And brain-heart coherence is the understanding that you have two brains. You have the brain in your heart and you have the brain in your skull. The two emit specific electromagnetic frequencies. And when they're in a perfect alignment, your energetic torus field is able to do some incredible things. You can literally walk through a crowd of people and raise their low energy to a high state of energy if they're down. And you can walk into a place, and you hear that term where people say, you know, when you walk into a place, you light it up. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about something that's real. It's a real effect that certain people have when they walk into a room. And that effect has to do with brain-heart coherence. And it's so important to understand this stuff because getting in alignment with your brain-heart coherence and centering yourself is a key factor and key point before you start a remote viewing session. Okay, that's why I go into the meditation first. The meditation is a very crucial part of the remote viewing session because the mind is always very, very busy, and it's sometimes the mind is disconnected from the heart, and people are out of alignment all the time. And so you don't want to go into a remote viewing session with all this stuff going on in your mind and all this activity going on with no alignment, and then you're trying to download information, from a target number, and you have all this other extra stuff being dumped in. Now you're getting incorrect data. You think you're getting a download from this and a download from that, but you aren't getting anything. You're just getting what the conscious mind is giving you, not what the subatomic mind is giving you. So, like we were talking about before, all the sensory perception that the mind is capable of doing, but there's one more that we're going to be tapping into today. Towards the end of this, you're going to see how we're going to tap into the subatomic realm. So right now we're utilizing these basic functions and features of the human brain, but it's time to go a little bit deeper. Let's look here real quick.
What if extraterrestrials do not come from another planet, but rather from another dimension that we are unaware of? A sort of parallel universe out of our grasp. 5 years ago, such a concept would have been considered ludicrous. However, with the discovery of quantum physics, our vision of the universe is changing.
When I was a child, I used to go to the Japanese tea garden in San Francisco, and I used to look at the fish, the carp, swimming in a shallow pond. I used to go down and look at the fish and wonder what would it be like to live in 2 dimensions. These fish could only move forward, backward, left, and right. And I imagined what a strange universe it must be. The concept of up into the 3rd dimension was alien to them. I could put my nose right next to the fish, and they would never know that there was something called hyperspace. Today, many physicists believe that we are the fish. We move forward, backward, left, right, up, down. And we say that's all there is. What you see is what there is. However, we now believe that there is a theory of everything that will allow us to, quote, read the mind of God, as Albert Einstein would fondly say. We think that there is a higher theory called M theory that exists in 11 dimensions where we have strings and membranes that pulsate. And we now believe that our universe is nothing but a tiny bubble, a bubble floating in a much larger hyperspace. In other words, cosmologists don't really believe in a universe anymore. We believe in a multiverse, a megaverse of bubbles that are constantly springing into existence, expanding like in a Big Bang. So in other words, our universe may coexist in an ocean of other universes. Now, 5, 10 years ago, this notion was considered bizarre, science fiction. Not anymore. In the last 5 years, the data is almost conclusive. We have something called inflation. The fact that the universe expanded in many stages, one an extremely rapid stage of expansion. The only way to explain this rapid expansion is to assume that our universe is a bubble, coexisting with other bubbles in a multiverse, in a megaverse of universes.
So we're living in a 11-dimensional universe that's inside of a multiverse that's on a M, which is a membrane. And so these membranes, a membrane is, if you look, you see this image kind of to the opposite side of Michio Kaku. You see two things that look like they're getting ready to bump into each other. So this would be considered a membrane. This would be part of a universe. And on this membrane are galaxies and universes and solar systems and everything else. And from time to time, these membranes, they touch. And when they touch, another big bang happens and a new bubble pops up and it sticks to another membrane. But the key part about this is these membranes are pure energy. They're energetic. And so because everything that's attached to them is energetic and they're on this, it means we're all on the same power grid. And that's what makes remote viewing possible. The fact that we're all connected in that one way.
What if
here we are at
Now, what the last thing I want to touch on before I get into some of the ancients real quick, and then we go into the first sheet, is the fact that this grid that we're talking about, that you just heard Michio Kaku mention, This grid was known about in ancient times. This grid was known about by Osiris. Remember, we started off talking about Osiris, and we talked about the Osirian mysteries and how Osiris talked about creation of and the universal consciousness. Well, this is the Osirian temple in Abydos, Egypt, and I've actually been there. There is a stone pillar there, and that stone pillar has etched into it the flower of life symbol, and it's super ancient. It's probably, in my estimate, over 20,000 years old. Now, the flower of life is important, as you're going to see in this video, because it has to do with this energetic grid that I keep telling you about that we're all plugged into. So I just played a short clip.
One of the world's oldest sacred sites, the Osirian temple at Abydos, Egypt.
Very little writing is found in the Osirian temple. However, there is one very significant piece of information in that temple. It is a very faint but clear and precise drawing. It's not etched into the rock, it's not carved, it's burnt into the atomic structure of the rock in some extraordinary way.
Nassim has decoded the Osirian symbol in 3 dimensions. Since our world is not two-dimensional, it makes sense that codes relaying information about our world also wouldn't be limited to flat designs. His 3-dimensional version of the Osirian symbol starts with the vector equilibrium, a perfectly balanced force field with 12 equal energy lines radiating out. They stabilize its center like the 12 spokes of a wheel. The primary pattern of balanced energy flow around this structure is the torus. Here we expand to the next larger scale with a total of 64 pyramids called tetrahedra. If we then put spheres in representing the toroidal energy field surrounding each of the pyramids, and then we drop away the pyramids, we end up with a matrix that is, amazingly, an exact overlay for the Osirian icon, a 3-dimensional model of the same pattern that was burned into the rock wall of the Egyptian temple thousands of years ago.
Talk to me, Doctor.
Director.
Is there anything we know for certain?
The Tesseract is misbehaving.
That's supposed to be funny?
No, it's not funny at all. The Tesseract is not only active, she's behaving.
I assume you pulled the plug.
She's an energy source. We turn off the power, she turns it back on. If she reaches peak level...
We prepared for this, Doctor. Harnessing energy from space.
We don't have the harness. My calculations are far from complete. If she's throwing...
So I just threw that in there because I thought it was kind of interesting that a lot of modern sci-fi movies show the Tesseract, which is also known as the Flower of Life, as an energetic power source that's full of unlimited, unparalleled power, okay? Now, what's interesting is, actually, I wanted to go to one thing before I got to that video. Yeah, okay. What's interesting is, so the mind is tapped into this grid. The thought processes in the mind come out of the 8th dimension. So if you go into ancient texts, you find information pertaining to this 8th level of thinking, this 8th way of thought, in allegories and in parables and in verses. Here's one, for example, that I'm going to give you, and then I'm going to show you the science data behind it. But Hermopolis, which is Greek, Hermopolis is named after Hermes, who's also who? Thoth, the Atlantean, Thoth, the former ruler of Chem, who ruled over Chem for 14,000 years, many, many tens of thousands of years ago. But Hermopolis is a site of the ancient, basically, Kumun. Now, the Kumun is a word, a term that means 8. It's located near the modern Egyptian town of El Ashumin. The Kumun, which is the ancient name of the city, means 8 town. After the Agadud, I always mess that word up, Agadoad, a group of 8 deities who represented the world before creation. In Greek, the city was called Hermopolis after Hermes, who was the Greeks identified with Thoth. Because the city was the main cult center of Thoth, the god of magic, healing, and wisdom, and the patron or the patron of the scribes. So they named the city after him, but it's called 8 Town. Everything that Thoth did, if you read my book, you'll find everything he did was around the number 8. He was representing the 8th level of consciousness, the 8th level of thought processes, tapping into. He would always go into this series of 8s before he sent his mind out into space. Thoth is considered the god of magic. Basically, you know, if you look at a lot of the ancient texts, the location of the Emerald Tablet story talks about UFOs, ray guns, aliens, and it's connected to a place called 8 Town, which is, you know, this commune place. It's really interesting that this 8, and how many times it's mentioned in the Emerald Tablets when it has to do with consciousness, and all of a sudden modern science is just now figuring out that when they tap into the brain and they analyze the neuron processes, that thoughts are coming from a dimension as high as 8 all the way down. This is going to be a little sciencey, then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to get right into it.
Your brain can be modeled as a simplicial complex, and algebraic topology can tell us the Betty numbers of that simplicial complex. Amazingly, this perspective might help bring us one step closer to understanding the connection between the structure of neural...
I hate to pause over here real quick. I want you to understand one thing before we proceed with this. Every connection between the neurons in the brain, when they're analyzing the dimensions, it always creates a pyramid. It always creates a pyramid. There's no other shape. A pyramid is the only way to access or to analyze algebraically the functions of the neuron processes in the human brain in multiple dimensions.
Connections and their function. Let's recap the last 2 episodes. The brain can be mathematically modeled as a graph, where the vertices are neurons and the edges indicate which neurons are communicating during a given time slice. We can then interpret this graph as a simplicial complex by converting the complete subgraphs into simplices. But we can add one additional layer of information to this neural network: the direction of information flow. There's an inherent asymmetry in the way one neuron communicates with another. The electrical current passes from the presynaptic neuron to the postsynaptic neuron. We can encode that by adding an arrow indicating the direction of synaptic transmission on each edge of the graph. This is called a directed graph. A directed graph provides way more information than an undirected graph. Consider this undirected graph. It has 6 edges. What happens if we make it a directed graph? For each edge, there are 3 possible directions: this way, or both ways. That means there are 3 to the 6, or 729, possible directed graphs. When working with the undirected graph, we're collapsing all 729 possibilities into one. There's a lot less information encoded in it. If we consider information as flowing through the brain from neuron to neuron with a specific orientation, we're most interested in highlighting the graph structures associated with that directed flow. Let's say you have 4 neurons, all of which communicate with each other. We model them as a complete directed graph. In this case, there's one neuron from which all the arrows are pointing out, and one neuron toward which all the arrows are pointing. We call these the source and the sink, respectively. Last episode, we talked about how to form an undirected simplicial complex from an undirected graph by converting each of the complete subgraphs into a simplex. Similarly, we can form a directed simplicial complex from a directed graph, but importantly, we only convert complete subgraphs with a source and a sink into simplices. Let's see that in action. Here's the undirected version. Each of the 3 vertex complete graphs forms a 2 simplex, a triangle. Now, let's add some arrows to the edges. This 3 vertex complete graph has a source and a sink, but this one doesn't. So the resulting simplicial complex is different. The restriction of having a source and a sink means that our resulting simplicial complex has less higher dimensional simplices. But the ones that are there have a directionality. We're really honing in on configurations of neurons through which information is flowing, not just vibrating around randomly. We now have a theory about how to analyze a system of neurons. Build a graph where the vertices represent neurons and the directed edges represent synaptic transmission. Convert that graph into a directed simplicial complex and compute the topological invariants, like Euler characteristic and Betty numbers. Now it's time for the next step in the scientific method. Test the theory. We need to ensure that this topological interpretation is actually helpful data, that it illuminates significant features of the neural structure. So, what sort of simplices are exhibited in the reconstructed brain? This shows the number of directed simplices of each dimension within the digitally reconstructed brain. The researchers checked several variants and found that the reconstructions consistently contained directed simplices of dimensions up to 6 or 7, with as many as 80 million directed 3 simplices. But what does that mean? How do we know if that's significant? If I draw a bunch of neurons and start arbitrarily adding edges, in other words, make the neurons fire randomly, we're bound to have some simplices, even some of higher dimension. Well, they checked exactly that. They built a random graph, called an Erdős-Rényi graph, with the same number of neurons, or vertices, and the same average connectivity. It's basically the graph of a random brain. And this shows the number of directed simplices of each dimension within it. There's way less, which is a good indication that all the simplices within the actual neural graphs aren't just noise, but an important organizing feature. In a static picture of the brain's structure, there are a surprising number of simplices. But what happens to these simplices when you look at a dynamic picture, if you watch the brain change over time? To find out, the researchers gave the reconstructed brains a stimulus and recorded the shape of the neural network at little time slices. How did the simplices and simplicial complexes change over time? In the graph representing connections between neurons, this is the number of edges as time passes. Viewing this graph as a simplicial complex, these are the first and third Betty numbers and the Euler characteristic. They grow and then shrink. This happened with several different models and different stimuli. Here's another way to look at it. Each patch of this swoosh is a little time slice. Shortly after the stimulus, it starts here and builds up, and then collapses back down. The axes are showing the first and third Betty numbers, so it's showing you how many holes of various dimensions the brain's simplicial complex has. In response to the stimuli, the neural network builds up this complicated and high-dimensional structure and then collapses the whole thing. These intricate simplicial complexes seem to develop in response to neural activity. The simplicial complexes highlight a clear pattern in the structure of connections among neurons, a pattern that will hopefully illuminate the connection between this structure and its emergent function. The next step in these researchers' investigation is to create these topological models of a system of neurons as it's learning a task, and see how learning changes a brain's simplicial complexes. It's impossible to know how fruitful this approach will be, but without the tools of algebraic topology, we wouldn't even be able to see this pattern or analyze it. Topology provides a sort of filter to shake through the seeming chaos and reveal structure. And neuroscience isn't the only place where topology is finding practical application. Topological data analysis is a thriving new field which uses the tools of topology, remember the ones that are good at counting and collating holes, to study the shape of high-dimensional or noisy data in areas like image analysis and material science. It can be tempting to dismiss an 11-dimensional triangle as a goofy mathematician's construct. But part of the beauty of mathematics is, as Eugene Wigner said, its unreasonable effectiveness in the natural sciences. Throughout history, even the most abstract mathematics eventually finds its way into our concrete physical world.
So to summarize that, what they discovered is that when they're analyzing the brain and the semblances between neuronic processes where the neurons are sending synapses to each other and communicating with each other, they discovered that there's higher levels of thought occurring inside the brain, sometimes as much as high as the eighth dimension and then lower. So as high as the eighth dimension in some thought processes, they discovered that the human brain is functioning in a way that they didn't even know existed. And so when you see the eight that's talked about in ancient times, when Thoth is talking about eight and using the eight to travel and eight to escape this realm and eight to travel to Urulu and all these other things, he's talking about this mind travel, this consciousness travel, when he travels even to other planets and watches civilizations and so forth. So that's what he's talking about. So what we're going to do real quick is we're going to take a quick break just for 5 minutes, and then we're going to talk about junk DNA, and we're going to go right into the actual first part of the remote viewing worksheets. So right now it is 5:41. So let's say everybody go to the bathroom real quick and come back on here by no later than 5:48 at the latest, I guess, if you have to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back on here in just a minute, and we're going to go over a little bit about DNA, and then we're going to talk about Thoth and his astral projection and his remote viewing, and then we're going to go into the worksheets, and we're going to start working on some what we call ideograms. And then we're going to start working on learning what all these targeting words mean and everything else. In 1 minute. Okay, everyone, I put the link to the worksheets inside the chat for those who may have not seen the email. So you can just click on the Dropbox link and you can download them and you can print them out right there at home if you have a printer, hopefully. If not, don't worry, this is recorded, so it's going to be uploaded tomorrow or the following day. We just have to do a slight bit of editing in the beginning and upload it, so you'll be able to access this ongoing, so don't worry about it. But you do have the Dropbox link right here in the chat so that you can actually download those worksheets. Okay, let me get back into this here now. We'll probably just take one more 4 or 5 minute break in about an hour and a half as well. Go back in here. Boom. This thing start over. It's weird. We're going to listen to a few minutes of this famous remote viewer. He was mostly a targeting director for a very long time, but has a huge and amazing biography, and really an amazing guy. So I'm gonna let you listen to just a few minutes of this because it's very important, and it's really guiding us right now into the actual remote viewing sessions.
Well, I'm very happy to be here. My name is Russell Targ, and I'm a physicist. And it's my great pleasure to tell you about the remarkable work we did at Stanford Research Institute investigating psychic abilities. We did that for the CIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, NASA, and many other intelligence agencies, part of the U.S. government intelligence system. I got into all this as a childhood magician, standing on the stage in New York doing mental magic. And I had the experience from time to time of having a direct perception of something in the life stream of the person whose mind I was pretending to read, or whose fortune I was pretending to tell. So I was not a real psychic. I was just a kid doing magic. But I've now talked to people like Kreskin and Melbourne Christopher, and they said, oh yes, every professional magician knows that from time to time you're given some material, and you can then supplement your magic trick with whatever ESP comes to you. And there are many magicians who do that, as we know. But I was not doing magic for the CIA, because as we know, the CIA is not easily amused, and we were trying to do the real thing for them. The work we did at SRI involved things like finding a downed Russian airplane in North Africa with code books on it, locating a kidnapped American general in northern Italy, looking into a Soviet weapons factory in Soviet Siberia, describing the construction of a huge Soviet submarine in northern Russia. And we even looked at on a Chinese atomic bomb test 3 days before it was scheduled to go off, and described correctly that it was going to fail. So we did quite a lot of useful things for the government during our 23-year program. The ability we're talking about is a natural psychic ability that we all have, in spite of what you may have heard to the contrary. People can quiet their mind and describe and experience what's happening in a distant place or in the future. And this has been talked about for thousands of years. Buddhists have a vast lore about what this is and how to do it and why it's desirable. And I'll try and talk about that later. The ability allows you to quiet your mind and describe and experience what's happening in the future. And you can do that independent of the distance. The most interesting thing that we found as physicists is that it's no harder to describe what's happening in Soviet Siberia 6,000 miles away than it is for you to describe the funny object I have in my pocket. 6,000 miles away does not decrease the accuracy or the reliability as compared with something nearby. Looking into the distance is no harder than looking at a contemporaneous event, and that's why this is called a non-local perception. Not quantum mechanical particularly. It pertains to the fact that we live in a non-local space-time described as scientifically most recently by Schrödinger in the 1920s and then proved in the 1970s and 1980s. So the idea of non-local connections is not New Age. This is accepted in the physical community. The hottest topic in modern physics is exploring non-locality. It was described originally by the Buddhists 2,000 years ago, but modern physics has finally caught up. The leaders of the program that we had at SRI are all physicists. The physicists are taking over what used to be called parapsychology. The three leaders of the program were myself and Hal Puthoff, who are both laser physicists, and Ed May, who is a nuclear physicist. And we were eager that our scientific friends would not think that we'd gone off the rails into ESP research, so we made sure that we published everything we did, all of our experiments, in the world's most prestigious journals where we would normally publish our science. So we published our work in the Proceedings of the Institute of Electrical Engineers, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Institute of Physics, and Nature magazine. So this is not, I just want to emphasize that at the time we were doing this work, this was mainstream, written up in the New York Times, published in the premier journals in the world. And I want to give you an idea of where I was when this all began. In the 1960s, I was a hardcore laser guy. And here I'm standing in front of a 1,000-watt carbon dioxide laser at my most mavericky self. I'm trying to convince the government that I indeed had 1,000 watts coming out of this 1 meter package. And you see how we've got a little meter bar there. Government thought it's impossible because their lasers were 100 times bigger than mine. So I had 1,000 watts over something a meter long. They thought that is impossible. So it's like a reprise of what I was going to do 10 years later, trying to convince the government that some other impossible thing actually happened. So in this case, the idea is that I have a big fire brick. I'm going to drill a hole right through it and then hand the skeptical government scientists this big brick with a red-hot hole right drilled through it. And I'll ask them, do you want fries with that? Or... And eventually they supported our program. They couldn't deny the fire brick with a hole. Today we would consider that kind of thing a paranormal object. There's no way to create a red-hot hole with a fire brick because it's not flammable. So that's what I had done. That was my career. I've been in laser. I was a laser pioneer. I was working with lasers many years before there were any lasers. So this was the outgrowth of my earliest studies in graduate school. So the question that led to my recent book, I wrote a book with a provocative subtitle, A Physicist's Proof of Psychic Abilities. And the idea is that proof is evidence so strong that you can't statistically or reasonably deny it. That's what we mean by proof. You can't prove scientific things in the laboratory the way you prove mathematical theorems. You prove things in the laboratory by piling up so much evidence that it's simply unreasonable to deny it. So here we are in our laboratory, 1973. There's Pat Price in the middle. Pat Price was one of our great, great psychics. He was police commissioner of Burbank and retired. He's playing here with an ESP teaching machine that was the basis of our first NASA program. My idea was, can you offer feedback and reinforcement and help people improve their psychic ability with a little random game where you have to guess which picture will be illuminated? The answer is yes, you can learn. And the great good news for you today is that game is now available as a free application for your iPhone. So I posted that as a little gift. It's called ESP Trainer, and you can just download it and have it on your iPhone. It'll ring a bell when you get the right answer and show you a pretty picture. So that's Pat Price. Price was an extraordinary psychic. He lived in a psychic bubble. He was an inspiration for me as to what ESP looks like in an evolved person. We were once called by the Berkeley Police Department, where Patricia Hearst was kidnapped, and they said, "We're so desperate, can you help us with your ESP program?" It shows how desperate they were. And Pat Price and Hal Puthoff and I drove to Berkeley, and Price said, "Let's see your mug book." He's a no-nonsense guy, had been in lots of police stations. "I want to see the picture book with all the usual suspects." He turned the page, page after page, and said, "That's the guy, that's the ringleader." And he put his finger on Donald DeVries, who was indeed the ringleader. It was extraordinary. But they learned that only 2 weeks later. The police said, "Well, can you tell us something right now that'll help us?" And Price said, "Would you like to know where the kidnapped car is?" And they said, "You're kidding." He said, "Well, so if you drive about 50 miles north on Bayshore Free on Highway 101, the kidnapped car is a white station wagon. It's on the right, parked by a diner across from two large white gas storage cylinders in the pedestrian overpass across the freeway." And one of the detectives said, "Well, I know where that is. That's on my way to my home in Vallejo." 20 minutes later, they had found the car, and there were still cartridges rolling around on the floor of the car. That's as close to magic as I've ever seen in my 20 years in the laboratory. And the other folks there are Bob Monroe, who wrote about journeys out of the body, how to go from remote viewing to an out-of-body experience, but that's outside our schedule for today. And I'm on the right 40 years ago, and what that shows is that if you live long enough, you get to do a lot of interesting things. So this is the first in a series of experiments we did over a course of a decade, and it's basically what convinced the CIA to give us money. That is what we played is a kind of psychic hide-and-go-seek, and all the pictures I'm going to show you are like this, so I won't reiterate. The way it works is Pat Price, or the psychic of the day, is in a shielded room, electrically shielded room with me, and Hal randomly is sent to an undisclosed location, random target picked by the lab director. He generally will go with the colonel from the Army or a lab director or a contract monitor. In this case, they went to a swimming pool complex called Rinconada Park. Price with me said, "I see a water purification plant. I see a square pool 65 by 80 and a round pool 100 feet in diameter and 2 water storage tanks. That's what I see." And that's what he drew on the right. Actually, they had gone to the swimming pool complex, and when we got there for feedback after the experiment, we saw the swimming pool is really 110 feet in diameter, and the rectangular pool is 75 by 100. So viewed from 5 miles away, he had the dimensions architecturally correct to 90%. Now, he had added in these 2 water tanks, which are on the right side of the picture, which are not at the location. And it's not a water purification plant, it's a swimming pool. However, and that's a story I would tell up to about 10 years ago, when the city of Palo Alto sent us a picture book showing what the city used to be like 75 and 100 years ago. 75 years, the psychic ones know what the answer is going to be already. 75 years ago, this was a water purification plant, and the tallest thing in the city of Palo Alto were the 2 water tanks I show at the top, and Price drew at the left. So what he apparently did is move his awareness 5 miles south on Middlefield Road and described the park where the guys were hiding, and then moved his awareness 75 years back to describe the biggest thing in the city. Off my schedule, I got to tell you, he also described a National Security Agency code facility in Virginia. And he described that and was able to read the file folders. And people wanted to know, why did you pick this to read? And he said, well, the more in psychic space, the more you hide something, the brighter it shines. So let that be warning to anybody who's having an affair. So the demonstration of ability test that we had from the CIA John McMahon, who's head of the CIA, said to us, "You guys are wasting your time looking at swimming pools and churches. We have targets that would be of national security help. Can you describe a target, and I'll send you the coordinates?" So Price and I climbed back into our little shielded phone booth, and he said, "Well, I'm psychically laying on a building, and a giant crane is rolling back and forth over my body. There's a huge crane. It has 8 wheels, 4 on either side of the building. And in this building, they're constructing a 60-foot steel sphere, and they're welding it together." That all turned out to be entirely true. In fact, it was so true that after the steel sphere was verified, we then had a congressional investigation called by the House Intelligence Oversight Committee to see if there had been a security leak. This, in the spirit of no good deed goes unpunished. But the Congress eventually said what we're doing is okay. We were supported by CIA and Defense Intelligence Agency and told to press on, and we pressed on for another 15 years. Another experiment that I'll show you because it's of particular interest to me is that Hal Puthoff then went to travel. I was the interviewer through all of these. My vision is very poor, as you probably caught on, so I don't drive. And Hal was always the outbound person, and I was a stay-at-home psychic travel agent working with the person trying to elicit a description of the distant place. So this time, Hal was on a business and pleasure trip to Colombia, South America, and each day, Price sitting with me would describe, I see a church, I see a volcano, there's a harbor, there's a market, and on day 5 he didn't show up. So in the spirit that the show must go on, I said, well, I'll describe it. I've never done a remote viewing before, but I'd interviewed countless psychics and other visitors, so I knew the moves. So I said, well, this is Russ Targ, remote viewing with Pat Price. Price isn't here. When I close my eyes, I see something that looks like an airport on an island. There's ocean at the end of the runway. There's sand and grass on the right. There's an airport building on the left. That's what I get. And that's where he was. He was on an island airport off the coast of Colombia called San Andreas. My great coincidence of the day, as I was driving here, I was talking to the cab driver. He was from San Andreas and gave me a color photograph of the airport on the island. How's that? This is my lucky day. I don't claim that's ES.
Okay, so I just want to drop that to you because this is a person of very credible, high standings that had a government contract with the CIA that provided intelligence to the CIA and was paid by the CIA for the intelligence. Just to give you an idea of how valid and how real this information is. We're talking about real science. Real scientific research carried out in Russia can now explain phenomena such as clairvoyance, intuition, spontaneous and remote acts of healing, self-healing, affirmation techniques, unusual light auras around people, and how people can use their mind and power to influence weather patterns and more. All this is in the power of your mind. It's really a powerful thing. There's things that I could talk about on here with you guys that I don't normally talk about with a lot of people. And the reason why is because you've taken the step and the investment into yourself to get this type of knowledge, which means you don't think it's crazy, obviously, otherwise you pay to come on here. There's certain things that I do. I like to walk on the beach a lot, okay? That's where I have my sanctuary. So I go for walks on the beach. And I walk for miles. I usually walk about 4 to 5.5 miles. And I usually post those miles in my stories on my Billy Carson official Instagram account, on my Facebook page. Some of you have probably already seen them. Oh, this guy doing 5 miles every damn day. It's crazy. But those walks are like therapeutic for me. Not only do I get my exercise, but I get to walk in. Sometimes a storm wants to blow in over the beach. You know how those storms roll in off the Atlantic Ocean. So instead of feeling like I just drove, 20 minutes to get here and now my walk is over, unless I walk in the rain, I focus, before the rain comes, I focus my energy on the rain clouds. First, I see which direction they're moving. Sometimes you can tell, oh, they're blowing this way or they're blowing that way. It's coming across in this way. And I literally imagine or project, I would say, in my mind, a beam of energy that pushes those clouds or cuts them in half and spreads them apart and opens them up to allow me to continue my walk, at least where I'm walking, that the rain shifts away. Sometimes a few drops and drizzles get on me, but I've never come back soaked. And you know, some people may think, well, it's just a coincidence, but when it's happened for 12 years straight, I don't think it's a coincidence anymore. Little things like that. The mind is so powerful. You have to just learn how to walk in power and believing that you have these capabilities and doing it. Don't be afraid. Don't hold back. Just do it. You know, it's really amazing. So I'm going to get into, well, you know what extrasensory perception is. He just talked about it, ESP, the ability to transmit information or pick up information from other people's thoughts. Quantum entanglement, real quickly, we know what that is. Quantum entanglement is the key behind the remote viewing. Some of you may not know, this is a 1-minute video before we do the first worksheet. So quantum entanglement is when you literally have a particle that is energetically connected to another particle. You can do this with a laser. So you just heard Russell talking about lasers. I know a lot about lasers myself. If you take a laser beam and you do something called parabolic down conversion, where you take two particles and you phase shift the subatomic frequency until they match. Then you take one of the particles and you send it to, if you could, to the other end of the universe. Don't matter how far away you go with that other particle. When you change the information to the one that's local to you, the other one will respond instantaneously. So if this particle, if this atom, for example, is on a spin up and you tap it and make it spin down, the one that's on the other end of the universe will instantaneously spin up. And if that one on the other end of the universe spins down, the one that's local to you will spin up. And by that method, you can actually create a digital pattern. You can create zeros and ones by spin rate up, spin rate down. So this is the inner workings or the beginning stages of creating a quantum entangled communications array for space travel, where you can send a message and it gets to where it needs to get instantly versus taking 2 or 3 months to get back to home base. Because the further you go out, the longer it takes for radio waves to reach, because it only travels at the speed of light. But quantum entanglement bypasses the speed of light, because during a quantum entanglement, what's happening is there is no distance. Distance is actually an illusion. And so because distance is an illusion, the information appears instantaneously. Matter of fact, Albert Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. So let's just look at this 1-minute video real quick. I'm going to reinforce it to you, because your brain is quantum entangling with information in space.
Great-great-granddaddy of wacky quantum weirdness is entanglement. If time reversal symmetry destroys the notion of time, then entanglement crushes our experience of space. Two objects, two electrons created together, are entangled. Send one to the other side of the universe. Now, do something to one, and the other responds instantly. Instantly. So, either information is traveling infinitely fast, or, in reality, they are still connected. They are entangled. And since everything was entangled at the moment of the Big Bang, that means everything is still touching. Space is just the construct that gives the illusion that there are separate objects. Are we far enough down the rabbit hole yet?
Okay, so as I was telling you guys, distance is an illusion. It really is. It's where you guys are located right now, in your homes, in your apartments, wherever you may be anywhere in the world. And I'm sitting over here right now in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. There still is no distance between us in true reality. Now, in the third dimensional space-time construct, there is an illusion of distance. But when we're talking about the energetic grid, we're all plugged in. So there is no distance. Distance doesn't even exist. It's a real amazing concept to wrap your mind around, but it's important to understand. That's why when you heard Russell Targ talking about the fact that remote viewing top secret information in Russia versus remote viewing what's in his pocket, and you can be standing right in front of him, is no difference, because distance doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even come, distance and time don't play a part in remote viewing whatsoever. Now, what's happening here, what I'm showing you here before we do this, is the crystal magnetite works together in your brain along with these neurons that wrap around the skull on the inside like a crown of thorns. They're called the neurocorrelates of consciousness. And so that's, again, leading to the Jesus allegory of walking around with the crown of thorns. It's really talking about these neurons inside of your skull, not an actual physical crown of thorns that somebody walked around with in real life, but this crown of thorns that we all walk around with every single day that have to do with higher reasoning and higher levels of consciousness. And these neurocorrelates of consciousness neurons work along with the magnetite crystal, which are billions of crystals inside the brain, to encapsulate your frequency signal that's coming in and hold it down into this avatar body. This is what you're also going to be using when you send out information into space-time. They also work along with the colostrum to make all of this happen. Okay, these are the tools that allow you to inhabit the avatar body and also then tap back into higher realms of consciousness. Just to give you a quick 10-second video here on how light works and how the fact that we are light beings, and we can capture light and we can download information not only from to our brain, but even to different parts of our body.
This technology transformed its ability to move, the result of a project by a group of international scientists who were able to bypass the injured part of the animal's spine.
To decode the brain activity is not really new. To stimulate the spinal cord is not really new either, but the association of both and to make the link between the decoding of the brain and the stimulation of the spinal cord and to make this communication exist is completely new.
If you have an injury of the spinal cord, messages from the brain aren't able to reach beyond it down the nervous system, resulting in paralysis. Scientists created a brain-spinal interface on a monkey with a paralyzed leg, implanting electrodes onto part of the brain that controlled the limb. The activity and information it recorded showed the movement the monkey intended to make and was sent to a computer.
Okay, so light waves coming out of your brain can be sent to another part and recaptured again. So the light waves, once they leave your brain, they're out there. This monkey sends his intention out into space-time, which are electromagnetic waves of light, then a very sensitive computer chip can capture that light wave and decode it and tell a part of the body what it wants to do. Okay, so what we're doing to understand what we're doing here with remote viewing is we are quantum entangling with what I like to call, some people call it the Christ consciousness, the universal consciousness. I see a three-part way of it working here. First of all, you see Einstein's head sticking up out of space-time. I like to think that as my head or your head or anybody else's head, because I think that our thoughts, our conscious thoughts, warp space-time. As you can see, according to the theory of relativity, big bodies in space warp space. So when you start to really focus on a target, this is what's happening. You're focusing on something, but you're quantum entangling with this conscious source field in the energetic field. And that is then sending information to the universal consciousness, which is then sending it right back to you, giving you your answer via the law of attraction. So this is the technique that's happening, that's actually allowing information to get back to you when you're trying to send your mind out into space-time to gather information. You're quantum entangling with frequencies of information that already exists. In other words, I've assigned something to this target number, an 8-digit random target number. So now what's happened is I've thought about that and I've stated it over and over again in my mind, which I did before the show. So now I have sent out those waves into space-time. They're out there. They're permanently out there. They're never going to go away. And now your task will be at the end of this is to actually try to tap into that and send out a quantum entangle with my frequency that was already sent out by linking with it subconsciously, I'm sorry, in the quantum world. And then what's going to happen is once you tap into it and you link with it, it's going to use the universe to send it back to you in a way that you can discern it and understand it. That's part of that was a different presentation there. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's talk. I don't know how these blue lines got on my screen. That's bizarre. Okay, so Thoth, talking about remote viewing here. Rested I there on a planet of beauty, strains of harmony filled all the air, shapes were there, moving in order. Before this part, this is coming out of my book, Compendium of the Emerald Tablets, and also from the Emerald Tablets themselves, where he's talking about traveling the universe with his mind to go visit other places. So he says, rested I there on a planet of beauty, strains of harmony filled all the air, shapes there were moving in order, great and majestic as stars in the night, mounting in harmony, ordered equilibrium, symbols of the cosmic like unto law. Many the stars I passed on my journey, many the races of men on their worlds, some reaching high as the stars of the morning, some falling low in the blackness of night. This man has literally traveled through space-time and watched civilizations rise and fall. Each and all of them struggling upward, gaining the heights and plumbing the depths, moving at times in realms of brightness, living through darkness, gaining the light. Know, O man, that light is thine heritage. Know that darkness is only a veil. Sealed in thine heart is brightness eternal, waiting the moment of freedom to conquer, waiting to rend the veil of the night. Some I found who had conquered the ether. Free of space were they, while they yet were men. Using the force that is the foundation of all things, far in space constructed they a planet, drawn by the force that flows through the all, condensing, coalescing the ether into forms that grew as they willed. So we're talking about some super evolved beings that he's referring to, most likely Pleiadians, that even, not only did they realize how to travel through space and time, they even had evolved to a point where they didn't even need bodies anymore, and they were able to create solid matter. Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, the most recent and most famous remote viewer in more recent times, literally did thousands of readings in this half awake, half sleep state, which we're gonna be working on here.
An uncouth rhyme of what shall...
Struck by a vision. Entombed during an eclipse.
Many tribulations.
Astounding accuracy.
America will have a new president, and he will be in the stamp of Bush, a younger, more inexperienced version from the same house. There is an increasing threat to the U.S. citizens, and this is particularly so on the eastern seaboard. If the U.S. does not cease acting incompetently, it will invite the depredations of adventurers such as Osama bin Laden and Saddam. The greatest period of danger is in September 2001.
Coincidence, or do the stars actually predict the future?
Number is actually the key to astrology. The sequence of integers between 1 and 9, and later the addition of 0, was seen by some of the ancients as being the basic principles whereby being became articulated into something. Astrology rests upon this kind of thinking. The signs themselves come down to number.
Why it seems to work, no one knows. But many ancient civilizations also believe the stars and nature held the answers to many of life's mysteries.
The Mayans and the Hopis, as virtually all indigenous people throughout the world, were very connected to the sky. The Mayans in particular were very sophisticated in noticing the rhythms of the heavens and building elaborate calendars with great accuracy.
The Mayan calendar, which was designed in order to calculate the seasons, was also a prophetic tool. The calendar ends abruptly on December 21st, 2012, and Mayan prophecy describes dark events surrounding that time.
The face of the sun will be extinguished because of the great tempest.
Now, the Mayan calendar situation has been by mainstream here. You can see this History Channel. They didn't give the full story on the Mayan calendar, but the Mayan calendar really ended. The 2012 is really 2020, which is where we are right now. And it's really the end of an age and the beginning of a new age. It wasn't ever this end of a planet type of thing. But let me just get to Edgar Cayce real quick for just 2 minutes, and then we're gonna...
Odd child. He was not the kind of child you would wish on any two parents.
As a child, he was surprised to discover that other children didn't have the same sort of experiences that he had.
As a boy, Edgar often had visions as he sat in the woods reading his Bible. After his grandfather drowned on the farm pond, young Cayce reported seeing him regularly around the farm. Little Edgar is also said to have had the uncanny ability to memorize entire books by sleeping on them.
Had he been born in different circumstances, not a little rural community, Edgar could very easily have been, sold as a circus act. He was completely surrounded by people who loved him, people who protected him.
His most amazing talent, which earned him the name Sleeping Prophet, would surface years later when Cayce was in his early 20s. While working as an insurance salesman, he developed a severe case of laryngitis. Unable to speak, Cayce took a job as a photographer. In the darkroom, he wouldn't be required to talk much, but as his condition persisted, he finally decided to seek help.
At that time, Edgar had had some friendship association with Dr. Al Lane, a homeopathic physician. And Dr. Lane suggested to young Edgar, why not self-impose hypnosis?
What happened next would set Cayce's destiny in motion.
It was on the 30th of March, 1901, in a two-story brick house on West 7th Street in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, that Edgar Cayce lay upon a couch in a contemplative and meditative situation and self-imposed hypnosis. And then, before his parents and maybe a few others in the room, astounded everyone by describing what was wrong with his throat and prescribing treatment for it. The first reading, March 30th, 1901.
In his sleep, Cayce had spoken in a clear voice and described in detail his ailment and the cure. Soon doctors and patients were coming from far and wide to be diagnosed and cured by the man with the X-ray eyes.
One of the amazing things about Edgar Cayce's health readings is the piercing nature of his vision into an individual's body. He would read the body as though he were an X-ray machine. And the terminology that he used was quite medical. It's quite amazing.
In 1905, Cayce told surgeons how to fix the badly broken leg of a local man, George Dalton, by inserting a nail into the break.
The doctors had said Dalton would never walk again. He did. To our knowledge, that was the first time in medical history of the use of a nail.
And in the summer of 1911, when doctors told Cayce his own wife Gertrude would surely die of a severe case of tuberculosis, she followed his treatment and quickly recovered. Cayce's fame as a healer grew fast. In the New York Times, doctors raved about Cayce.
His psychologic terms would do credit to any professor of nervous anatomy, while in his normal state he is an illiterate man, especially along the lines of medicine, surgery, or pharmacy, of which he knows nothing.
Cayce's predictions were amazing in their detail, but his process was simple enough.
It wasn't anything mysterious. He would simply lie down on a couch. He would, if he had a tie or collar on, he'd loosen his collar, loosen his shoelaces, and just cross his hands over his stomach and just relax.
There was a window, maybe 30 seconds, maybe 60 seconds, when his eyes began to flutter. And it was at that moment that you could put a question to Edgar Cayce.
All he had to know was the name of the person the reading was for and where he was at the time of the reading. Could be in California or Kalamazoo, it didn't matter.
Oddly, whether he gave a diagnosis, prescribed a cure, or predicted the future, Casey forgot it all as soon as his eyes opened.
He didn't remember anything. He didn't remember anything that he said at the reading.
And soon, some clients caught on.
People would slip in a question about who's going to win a horse race or what's going to happen in the stock market. And he would answer them, much to their profit.
As clients got rich on his predictions, Casey suffered from unexplainable migraine headaches.
So, okay, just wanted to give you that, just last thing as we got into this. Nikola Tesla and also Albert Einstein also were sleeping prophets in a weird kind of a way. Nikola Tesla would self-impose a type of a half-wake, half-sleep meditation where he would get his inventions. He would download the inventions, he says, and then he would actually create them in his mind on the consciousness platform. He would create the invention. Then he would turn them on and see if they worked. And he would find out if they were broken or if they weren't broken. And if they were broken or didn't work, he would then go back into his mind and he would come in with tools and everything else and fix the problem, turn it back on and see if it actually worked before he went to engineering. So he actually did the entire process on the consciousness platform. Albert Einstein, same thing. He came up with all these amazing theories in quantum physics via this semi-awake, semi-sleep state. It's the same exact type of a state that we're working on getting into today. So we're going to come back to that meditation. This is the affirmation that I say before every remote viewing session right here. And then we're going to start the learning process here. I am a spiritual being. Because I am a spiritual being, I am able to perceive beyond all boundaries of time and space. My consciousness is ever present with all that is, with all that ever was, and with all that ever will be. It is in my nature as a human to be able to perceive and thus to know all that there is to know, everywhere at all times. I seek to learn and thus to evolve. To further my own personal growth and to assist others in their growth, I direct my attention to a chosen point of existence. I observe what is there, I study it carefully, I record what I find, okay? And again, you guys will have a copy of this. You'll be able to watch it over and over again, or you can screenshot this. But this is the affirmation that I do. And then right after that, I do a meditation. We're not going to start the meditation yet because I'm going to give you a target. Right now, we're going to talk about remote viewing, and we're going to start the first learning session in the actual process, okay? Now, because I don't have the capability of having a camera stand over me while I draw on paper and explain some of these things, I have arranged for some visual aids to do the same with an actual student. And so we're going to cover this now. You're actually now in the beginning stages, guys, of learning the actual meat and bones of meat and potatoes, like they say, of remote viewing. So please, right now, focus all your attention into this. This is the beginning stages of where we're going with this.
Remote viewing session. But we also have to use our subspace mind's ability to get the perceptions in the first place. So there's a translation process that's going on. You're actually getting the perceptions, seeing something, and then you're decoding what that is or writing it down in words. So when we actually do this, we're going to do something to start with called an ideogram. An ideogram is something like spontaneous writing. It's something that you're just going to write really quickly. Now, you're going to do it while or just after you have written down something called the target coordinates. And the target coordinates, sometimes called the target ID, are literally just random numbers. Literally random numbers. Random numbers. They don't have any meaning whatsoever. In the old days, there was a superstitious belief that the target coordinates were somehow associated with a spot on the planet or with some special target, like they're really, and the remote viewers and even the scientists didn't understand that the so-called target coordinates were just a way of busying the conscious mind so that the subspace mind could get information through, and the target coordinates didn't have any meaning whatsoever. So pure random numbers is all we use for that. And what we do is we have two 4-digit random numbers. Gives you 8 numbers to write down. And while you're writing that, the subspace mind is getting ready. And then you're going to take your pen, you're going to put it on the paper right next to where you wrote the numbers, and whoosh, something's going to come out. Now it's going to be fast. I mean, like really fast. Now, if you have a delay, like of a 2 or 3 second delay, like you write the numbers down and then you wait for a few seconds and then carefully put the pen on the paper, it doesn't work. The conscious mind has taken over and you're going to draw just garbage. So you have to write the 8 numbers and quickly, immediately put the pen down on the paper and something will.
This is important, guys. Okay, this is called the ideogram part of the actual work. One of your worksheets there, which I'm going to pull up on the screen here in a second. It's the next screen, the next slide, I should say. It'll be stage 1, and there's 2 lines on stage 1, which we're going to show. On my worksheet's a little bit more organized, just a blank sheet of paper. But once I give you these target numbers later, which we're going to be going over this part over and over again, because this is really the most important part. You have to get this part down the best, and you have to work on doing ideograms. So when I give out the 8-digit number, you're going to write 4 of the first 4, then the second 4. Sometimes I separate them by a slash. Sometimes I just write them stacked, like you see here on the screen. And then immediately after you write down the target, you hear the target numbers, and you write them down. The split second after you write the last number, you squiggle on the page. Now to you, you may think, what is that? That little squiggle, that instantaneous squiggle on the page is called an ideogram. Okay, it's very important. It's the fundamental basis of beginning the remote viewing process. That information that comes from the target number, which is attached to a conscious imprint of an object, location, place, or time, is now been downloaded to your body and transferred into your hand at that exact specific moment. And that's one small part of it. You have to sometimes use multiple ideograms to begin to build a target, but this is the very, very beginning stages, okay? So right now, we're gonna actually do it. I'm gonna make you guys do it physically on your worksheets, but I'm just showing you this now so you can get an idea, because I can't physically show you me doing it.
Remote viewing session. But we also have to use our subspace mind's ability to get the perceptions in the first place. So there's a translation process that's going on. You're actually getting the perceptions, seeing something, and then you're decoding what that is or writing it down in words. So when we actually do this, we're going to do something to start with called an ideogram. An ideogram is something like spontaneous writing. It's something that you're just going to write really quickly. Now, you're going to do it while or just after you have written down something called the target coordinates. And the target coordinates, sometimes called the target ID, are literally just random numbers. Literally random numbers. Random numbers. They don't have any meaning whatsoever. In the old days, there was a superstitious belief that the target coordinates were somehow associated with a spot on the planet or with some special target, like they're really, and the remote viewers and even the scientists didn't understand that the so-called target coordinates were just a way of busying the conscious mind so that the subspace mind could get information through, and the target coordinates didn't have any meaning whatsoever. So pure random numbers is all we use for that. And what we do is we have 2 4-digit random numbers. Gives you 8 numbers to write down. Now while you're writing that, the subspace mind is getting ready. And then you're going to take your pen, you're going to put it on the paper right next to where you wrote the numbers, and whoosh, something's going to come out. Now it's going to be fast. I mean, like really fast. Now, if you have a delay, like of a 2 or 3 second delay, like you write the numbers down and then you wait for a few seconds and then carefully put the pen on the paper, it doesn't work. The conscious mind has taken over and you're going to draw just garbage. So you have to write the 8 numbers and quickly, immediately put the pen down on the paper and something will happen. Now, those things, those squiggles, are called ideograms. Now, the subspace mind doesn't have words like we use words, but it does have the ability to convey certain types of information as best it can. What we often use are squiggles that often resemble the thing that's at the target that the subspace mind is trying to describe. And very often the quick drawings look like the outline of something. For example, a mountain. The quick drawing that comes out is an angle line going up and down that's peaking. So it looks like you're tracing a mountain going up and down. And literally that's what the subspace mind is doing. It's not like drawing a mountain, it's like tracing. What that is, sometimes buildings often have angles, but they're perpendicular, like up and then to the right. So that's often what the subspace mind does. It has a pulse and you'll get a perpendicular type of drawing that comes out. Sometimes it's flat land and it shows be a horizontal line. And what it's doing is it's tracing out the flat land. Sometimes it's water and you'll see a little bit of a wavy line tracing out the waves. Now, whenever you have a spontaneous drawing like that, an ideogram, it doesn't guarantee that what you're drawing is actually at the target. The subspace mind is doing the best it can. For example, it may go slanted up, peaking and slanted down, and you say, wow, that looks like a mountain. I bet that's a mountain. But you don't really know. It could be a house that has a peaked roof like this. So you don't really know what that is, but at least you've got some information. Something there is peaked. You don't know what it is, but let's find out. It could be a mountain, it could be something else. So you have to start listening to it. Now what we do after we actually draw the ideogram is we start probing it. Now this is called the ask and then receive part of remote viewing. And this is what basically goes throughout. You actually take your pen and you touch with the points of the pen the actual ideogram, the actual drawing, and you literally poke it with this. And by poking it with the pen, you're actually perceiving, what is this? And you poke it into whatever, and you're actually, in your own mind, you're actually taking the pen and poking it into the target. Now we can talk about the physics of this later, but that's actually what you're doing. You're actually poking the pen into the actual real thing. So, but that's at a later time we can talk about it. The point is, you're actually, when you poke it into the line, let's say it's hard, gritty, feels like rock. Maybe it is a mountain, you never know, but it's hard and gritty. Now the thing about remote viewing perceptions is, when you're probing, you get what they call low-level information. Low-level information is it's hard, it's gritty, it's solid, it's heavy, it's damp, it's wet. Those are low-level information. Hey, this is Mount Everest. That's very high-level information. High-level information always is coming from the conscious mind. Low-level information is always coming from the perceptions. They're crude translations from the actual original whole perceptions of what it is into words. So if you look at your low-level information, it's almost always correct. Hard, gritty, wet, cold. And you look at the high-level information, Mount Everest, it's almost always incorrect. So the low-level information is correct, the high-level information is incorrect. What we do is we build up a lot of low-level information until finally, let's say the target is a mountain. You have so much low-level information that you're saying, this really does look like a mountain. You don't know if it's Mount Everest, but Mount Everest actually has some component in it that's correct. In fact, it could have been Mount Kilimanjaro, but you're saying Mount Everest. So there was something in the Mount Everest conclusion that was correct. You just don't know what part of it. The reality is it was a big mountain, Mount Kilimanjaro or Mount Kenya. So you got the basic idea right, but the wrong mountain. So the conscious mind is putting a label on it that's incorrect, but there's some element of that that is correct. The low-level perceptions will be correct, but you don't know how to fully interpret it. So you build up the case with low-level information until you finally have enough where you start seeing in your mind a picture of what it is. And the picture is always going to be foggy or fuzzy, dim. It's not really clear like what you normally get when you're opening your eyes. But eventually you get really good with these perceptions that are foggy and fuzzy. You can feel the mountain and you can feel the sides of it. You sort of know what the thing is like. And then when you actually get to that stage, you see enough of it in your mind in that foggy, fuzzy image that's coming across to draw it. And then you draw it and you say, it has a slope here, there's something jagged coming out over here, and it's cold at the top and it's whitish at the top. and there's green stuff down below. Maybe it's a valley or something, but there's something green. So you're actually drawing this thing really nicely, and it's a good description of what it is. You still don't know if it's Mount Everest or what mountain it is, but the point is you're getting a really good description of it. And when you look at it later, you say, wow, well, that was a really good description of what that is. A sketch and everything. That's one of the reasons why art is so important. You can perceive anything as a remote viewer. I've told the remote viewers this till I'm blue in the face. Good remote viewers are always artists. They always know how to draw. Remote viewers have to be able to describe what they are perceiving and to draw it. Now, if you know an artist, when you look at an artist isn't just looking at the whole picture and then just drawing. The artist is looking at the arm, getting the line of the arm correct, and then there's a small shadow there and a crevice. He's drawing the crevice, or she's drawing the crevice, and then the hips move out like this, and he does that part. He does it piece at a time. That's how remote viewing works. All this low-level information, sort of a piece at a time. So what we're going to do to start off with is to develop a vocabulary list, a brief one, a very brief vocabulary list that is oriented around getting some words out that your subspace mind will use with basic, well, you might call it topographical information about the target, meaning is it peaked, is it flat, is it wavy? And this will be an ideogram list that will basically you'll use throughout all of your remote viewing. And what we're going to do now is just work on this vocabulary with some random numbers that we're going to be using later. But before we use random numbers, let's develop some ideograms. So here, we have a piece of paper here. And you take this piece of paper. Now let's talk about the pen. Look at the pen we're using here. This is the pen you're going to use. There are many brands. This particular pen is a uniball pen, but the important part is that it's black ink and it's liquid ink, meaning it's not a pencil, and ballpoints are not good to use because they don't come out smoothly and they don't reproduce well. Black ink is important because when we scan sessions in to send them to somebody else, it has to be black ink, and liquid ink produces a really nice mark that you can actually see. Pencils are awful, meaning pencils, they don't scan well. Different types of pencils are different shades. Some are light, some are dark. Most importantly, they're reflective, so that they scan and then they have reflections on them. You don't want anything like that. So if you're a remote viewer, you're also an artist, and an artist knows her or his material. So anyway, what we want to have here is liquid ink. Now I'm going to draw a couple ideograms here. Notice you have a pad to write on. So this is a rubber pad that produces a nice smooth surface. I'm just going to write on the desk here for a second. And I'm going to go like this. I'm going to do some ideogram shapes that people often find as typical. And these got angles associated with them. Okay? So let's see here. So what do you think those ideograms, only one would be used at any particular time, would represent?
A building?
Yeah, because they're angles. Those are angles. Look at the corners of the room, angles. So when you get ideograms like that, it's not always, it could be a cliff. It could be a cliff, but you don't know, but you have a good shot that, hey, that may be a building. So when we end up probing it, we're going to actually be taking the pen and touching the actual ideogram. And what does it feel like? Ooh, it feels, I can push into it, it's sort of soft. It feels like wood. It's like a texture of wood. Do you get the idea?
Yeah.
So immediately you know you're not talking about a cliff face because it's made of wood, whatever it is. All right? And then you start feeling around on it and you keep probing it. Okay? So let's actually work with that ideogram, and then I'm also going to give you another ideogram. If you saw that, what do you think it would look like?
Mountain.
Yeah, that looks like a mountain. So I'm going to say the word mountain, and when I say the word mountain, you're going to draw that. When I say the word structure, you're going to pick one of these and just keep on working with that, okay? All right, and then I'm going to say also flat land. We're going to draw that for flat land. Okay. And one more, and then we'll have some others. What do you think that would be?
Wavy?
Well, it's What do you think it is? Well, it's got two things down here and a loop on the top.
A balloon?
If you had only a split second to draw something and you had to convey what it was.
A tree maybe, or?
No, it's got two things at the bottom and a round thing at the top. There's other things associated with things. We often call that a subject.
Subject.
Two legs and a head.
Oh, person.
It's a person.
Oh, person. Okay.
Actually, we use the word subject, and some remote viewing groups call them biologicals, but we just like to use the word subject.
Okay.
Okay? So that's a subject. So here, first I want you to try drawing a few of these ideograms carefully. That's going to be your pen. So very carefully, just draw really quickly, pick one of these and just decide to draw it. Okay, now that's going to be the floor. So very commonly for practicing, that's good. That could be if you see that, you very well could be looking at a structure, but you're looking at the floor of it because the angle's at the bottom. Try drawing one of these two on the top because that's more common, and then try the other one. Let's go. Typically what happens is you go up and then across. Go ahead. That's a typical one. So let's focus on this one and this one. Do this one again. Yeah, try not drawing from the bottom up, but from the top down. Good. All right. So what we're going to do now is do a mountain ideogram. Do a mountain ideogram. Good. Another one? Okay. Now do a subject ideogram. And now do flat land. Okay. Now let's take out a clean piece of paper. And I'm going to say the words. And you're going to do the ideogram for it.
Now, if you've got your pen and paper out, okay, it's a sheet of paper on right, maybe on the back one of your worksheets. I want you to copy this. As he says, mountain, wave, subject, whatever it is, just make the very fast and quick scribble of that object. If you don't remember what it is, it's 90-degree angles are buildings. A triangle with a peak at the top is a mountain. Of course, water is like this. It's a wave, a squiggle, you know. It's very simple stuff. Sand, you know, dry land. It's probably almost like a straight line. But try to just keep up with the pace here as we go through this very beginning stages, just to get people comfortable with these ideograms and what some of these weird shapes kind of mean, okay?
Okay. Subject. That's good, but it's going to have to come out faster.
Okay.
A lot faster. Okay. You can start up here too to conserve space. Structure. Structure. Mountain. Subject. Flat land. Subject. Mountain. Structure. Try another one of the structure ideograms. Structure. Mountain. Subject. Subject. Flat land. Subject. Mountain. Structure. Structure. Water. Good. You see, you had to adapt. Yeah. Now that's what happens when you get a new pulse of something new. The subspace mind has to come out with something. Now, sometimes people end up having what they call complex ideograms, which is 2 or 3 of those things blended together. And what we do when that happens is we don't encourage that. In some remote viewing groups, they decode each part of the ideogram, but we encourage you to simply say to yourself, let me make an agreement with my subspace mind. It's too complicated for me to decode correctly a complex ideogram with 2 or 3 things in it. So if you don't mind, subspace mind, one at a time. And you're going to have a number of ideograms, so you'll be able to get to it all, but one at a time is better. And believe it or not, your subspace mind is more than willing and more than happy to do it. Okay, you want one at a time? This is great. Okay, so what we're going to have is one at a time. And yeah, actually, no, we never write on the back of one. We have plenty of paper, so we get another one. All right, son? So these are called ideogram drills, what we're doing, where I actually say something and you do it. So let's go through some again. Structure, subject, mountain, water. land. Structure, water. Subject, mountain, land. Energy. Good. You see, sometimes you just have to come up with something else. So that may be the word that your subspace mind finally decides on. Now remember, with any of these things, you can never really tell. That subject ideogram may turn out to be a balloon. Do you get the idea? You know there's something round there, and you had your first shot at it is maybe it's a subject, but in the reality, you're not going to know for sure. So you have to end up probing. Now, just touch one of these things with a pen, and probe into it. Just probe it, and what you're doing is you're actually feeling it. Now, that's how you do it. You're actually probing it into it. Now remember, there are three types of perceptions. There are perceptions that you see with your eyes, those ocular perceptions. So light is coming through and going into the brain, and actually the neurologists have done studies that actually is being projected onto like a layer of cells in the brain, not in a projecting sense, but in a sense that they can actually do brain maps to actually see what kind of perceptions are actually coming. You can actually see which cells are lighting up, so to speak. Well, then there's the remembered images. So now, you see your pen there? You look at the pen once. Now look at me, and then remember what the pen looked like. You see the gray shape of the pen in front of you, and the point on the top? But now notice when you're looking at me and you're looking at and you're remembering the pen, you can see through the pen. It's a little translucent. So a remembered image is actually being projected on the same layer of cells as a visual image. They have studied that and they figured that out. But it's not as bright. It's dimmer than the image that's coming through the eyes. The remote viewing image is dimmer still. It's dimmer than the remembered image. So that's why you have to be careful, because the remembered images or the fantasy image, the constructed images, often look dimmer, like you just experienced with the pen, but in reality, they're not really remote viewing images. So this distinguishing between remote viewing images and other things is what this remote viewing stuff is all about, discriminating between what is real and what is not real. Okay, so let's do a few more ideogram drills. Subject, structure, mountain, structure, water, energy, explosion. Typically, an ideogram you want to have so that the pen does not leave the pen does not leave the paper.
Okay.
Okay, so let's come up with a word for explosion. I'm going to say the word explosion again, and let's just see what happens. Explosion. Okay, let's get another piece of paper. Subject, mountain, structure, water, land, subject, mountain, land, water, energy. Okay, now let's talk about movement.
Okay, guys, I want to hop in this chat for a quick second. Let me see how I can do this. I'm gonna hop in this chat real quick. 1 second. Okay, let me just stop the screen share temporarily and then come back to that. Okay, so now you see why I had to use a visual aid, because of me just sitting here talking to a screen when I can't even see any of you guys. And then how are you going to get the second part of the input of somebody actually physically doing what's being said? That's why I needed the visual aid there. And I'm going to go back to that because this is a very important part. So some of the ones that I like to, I don't know if these can even come out on this thing here. These are some of my own here. Mountain, wave. The line is usually like sand, and the 90-degree angles are usually like buildings. And at the bottom, the squiggler for me is like oxygen or air or wind, very windy. You're going to come up with lots and lots of your own, okay? Lots of your own. And the key is, so what's happening here, what you've been witnessing is this gentleman here, he's in the beginning stages of remote viewing, just like you guys are. So he was given a target number. You haven't been given a target number yet. Towards the end of this, before we really wrap it up, you're gonna get a target number. We're gonna do a meditation. You're gonna get a target number. When you get the target number, after you write down the first 4 and the second 4, you're gonna write down the first 4 numbers of the 8, second numbers of the 8. Instantaneously, you're gonna make this line on the paper. Instantaneously, like without even thinking. That's the subconscious mind. That's the subatomic mind acting through your arm into the paper. And you're going to create one of these lines. You don't even know what it's going to be. You have no clue because it's going to happen spontaneously. But the most important thing, like when I was in class, if you write down the target number and then go, okay, let me make this squiggle, it's over. By the time you do that, the conscious mind is already taken over and you have no information coming from a subatomic world to tell you what the target is. So it's really important that it's a spontaneous and instantaneous thing. That's why he's doing these drills with the young man to build up his speed on ideograms. And this is something you can practice yourself. You can get a friend, you can get a spouse, you can get a relative to, just kick out words to you like that, mountains, waves, ocean, explosions, whatever. And you can just get your speed up on that. Something just instantaneous. Now, what will happen is after you get the target number, instantaneously, it's so bizarre. Something literally does come to you at that exact instant that you're going to squiggle on the paper. And then from there, we're going to be building. So we're getting into the very beginning stages where you'll actually be doing your first squiggle soon. But I want you to learn more about the ideograms. We're going to go over the ideogram. The worksheet for this is actually next. You're going to see one that I already have pre-filled out, and we're going to talk about it. And we're going to experiment and do one for ourselves as well. And then we're going to start building from there until we can get to the target point. But this is really important information. This is a good visual tool that I'm using because it gives you the ability to see the feedback from both sides versus me just talking to a blank screen. But really pay attention here because without the ideogram is literally the key to the whole solution. Without the ideogram, without the ability of developing that ideogram and learning how to just feel them and then learning how to probe them. Now, when we say probe them, for example, this one right here at the top says mountain, right? So if that was my ideogram at the very, very top here, I don't know where I'm at, right there, what would happen is I would put my pen into it. I will put my pen into it, right on the line. And when I do that, I'm going to get a sensation. I'm going to get a feeling because through this, believe it or not, because like I talked earlier, your senses collect data. That's how you sense. I'm going to get, cold. I can get hot. I can get wind. I can get rain. I can get damp. I can get dry, grainy, rocky. All those different descriptions I can get by probing the ideogram after it's created. Now, of course, right now I'm just making that up because this is a pre-made ideogram. But on a real ideogram, it has the universal energy inside of it. And that means it carries data and you can actually probe it. And what's happening when you're probing an ideogram, when you're poking it, let's say this really was a real target that I ideogrammed and it's a real mountain. When I'm probing it with the pen, in the subatomic world, I'm literally poking my pen into a mountain. This is how real this actually is. The gentleman that was getting ready to get into that, he realized it was that's a whole nother class. But you transmit data back through the pen into your hand and into your brain by probing directly on the line. It has to be directly on the ideogram lines. You're going to be able to get intel. We're going to practice that in a little bit. But I just wanted to stop and intervene there a little bit and just get with you guys and make sure everybody's really paying attention and following this. This is the beginning stages, which is the fundamental basis of how it works.
Let's say rapid movement, like you're seeing a jet fly across. Okay, so let's just put your pen down and say, I'm going to say the word movement, but this time it'll be fast movement. Fast movement. Okay, could be fast. Also, maybe try something slanted up. Although slanted up doesn't always work because it's very similar to a sloping side on a mountain. Although the mountain is usually the peaking thing. But it could be anything. Often it's very fast, so a line that's very fast. Often, though, many people use a line that ends up sloping, meaning it's... Because often things that are moving aren't moving perfectly horizontal, although sometimes they are, like a train. So if you see a flat line, that could mean flat land, but you have to probe it afterwards. It may be not flat land, but something's moving fast, and you won't really know what that flat line means until you probe it. For example, if you're looking at a really fast train, you know, what is that flat line? Then you have to probe it to sort of find out. So it could be land, could be fast movement. So let's use fast movement again, fast movement. Okay, that's something, but that would be something, for example, if you were moving in different directions.
Oh, okay.
So let's do fast movement where it's one direction, like a fast moving train or a jet. Fast movement, fast movement, fast movement. Okay, let's make it go flat now. Fast movement. Fast movement. Typically we don't have it come off the paper. We keep the pen till it ends and then we stop it. Fast movement. And we don't hold the pen sort of like that, like you're gripping. Hold it like you're literally writing something. Yeah, just relax in writing. Let's get another piece of paper. We always have plenty of paper here. Okay. Subject. Subject. It's going to be much faster. Subject. Mountain. Flat land, structure, movement, energetics. Now see, energetics is another word.
Yeah.
Energetics is like energy, but you don't know what that energetics means. Now, energetics can be fast movement. For example, energetics could be an explosion. Energetics could be fast movement. So sometimes energetics, you don't really know what it is. Sometimes it's just a wild squiggle. But let's just try energetics and see if the subspace mind can settle on a basic pattern. Energetics. Energetics. Subject. Mountain. Subject. Land. Water. Water. Energetics. Movement. Land. Water. Subject. Water. Structure. Okay, good. All right. So this is enough for now. These are drills. Now you don't have to do these for hours at a time. Actually, if you practice ideograms for a few days, maybe 5 minutes each, you don't want to do a lot. But 5 minutes, couple times a week, for a month. 5 minutes, literally just 5 minutes, not like an hour of drawing, but these things are where you actually say the word yourself and quickly draw it. All right, now what we want to do is practice what happens when we use a random number to precede. So let's get another piece of paper. And what I'm going to do is take a piece of paper here, and can I borrow your pen for a second? Now this is going to, you can take the pen. This is a set of random numbers. I just drew them random, okay? And now this is not going to represent an actual target. This is just practice of writing the random numbers, and afterward you're going to put a mountain ideogram.
Each time?
Well, a couple times. Okay? So, but I want you to get used to listening to me say the numbers. And I say them with a little bit of a bark. And what it does is it jolts the conscious mind a little bit. Bark, 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 bark. Okay? And so it sort of rattles the conscious mind slightly. And so then an ideogram can come out after that. And you're going to use a mountain ideogram for this, okay? Now, what you do is you write them like this. 4 digits and then 4 digits, one on top of the other. So the first 4 digits and the second 4 digits right next to it. I mean, right underneath it, okay? And then you take the pen and immediately put it right alongside, immediately, like half a second, no, 1/4 of a second later.
I'm writing the numbers too?
You write the numbers, okay, and then you put the pen right alongside the numbers, okay, and the ideogram comes out.
Okay.
Now this time, get ready, we're going to have a mountain ideogram, okay? So let's see.
Okay, guys, we're gonna take a real quick break, and then we're gonna go on our worksheet, but give me about 5 minutes, all right? 5-minute break real quick. Okay, people starting to come back. We'll give it one more minute. I had a few requests for some people to use the restroom, so that's why I paused it. Okay, let's get that going again. All right, so some of the parts of remote viewing, it seems a little, it may seem a little boring, a little mundane, but it's a crucial part of it. And it's a part that, you have to get through these parts. It's just like if you're going to become a great athlete in whatever sport it may be, you have to practice the fundamentals. You have to learn the fundamentals. A lot of people, when I used to coach basketball, a lot of the players, they didn't like a lot of the drills because they felt like, it wasn't fun. But you can't become an elite player unless you work on the fundamentals. So ball handling drills, a lot of running to get in shape, a lot of free throws, because that's how you win games. Having quick feet and being able to stay in shape so you can play a lot of defense for the entire game. So those things that were so bored and mundane allowed us to win a lot of victories. And so they began to see that. They began like, wow. So once they started seeing the success based off the fundamentals, they started investing more energy into the fundamentals because they realized without the fundamentals, you can't have the success. So that's the part of this that kind of in the beginning is like, wow. But I'm just telling you, if you stick with this, you're going to see what I'm talking about at the end of this video. That when I start giving out these targets, this first target, and we start going through the worksheet, you're going to see what I mean. So let me go back to the screen share real quick.
Four, 3, 8, 7, 2, 8, 9, 5. Good. That was actually pretty good. Now we're going to do it again, the same way, okay? 4, 3, 8, 7, 2, 8, 9, 5. Good. Now let's do it with a subject. We're doing the same numbers, but this will be a situation where there's a subject on the mountain. Let's say the target was Mount Everest, and it's a mountain climber. So you have a mountain and a subject, okay? So we're going to have a subject ideogram come out next with the same target coordinates. 4, 3, 8, 7, 2, 8, 9, 5. That was a mountain, okay? Yeah. Okay, now again. 4, 3, 8, 7, 2, 8, 9, 5. Good. Now if you were going through this, you would say, I have some mountain ideograms, and I have a subject. Now these ideograms are representing elements of the target, and the word we use to represent elements of the target is the word gestalts.
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 Yeah, G-E-S-T-A-L-T, gestalts. And so A gestalt is an element that's at the target. So let's say these were accurate gestalts of the target, and the target was a subject climbing Mount Everest. Well, now you have the idea that after probing it and figuring out that that's what the ideogram is, that there's a mountain involved and a subject involved. So now you know a lot. You know there's a mountain and a subject. Now you have to find out more about the subject. Is it a male? Is it a female? What clothing, what color clothing, what type of going, what's around the subject? Like, what is at the subject's feet? What is the subject standing on? Until eventually you build up this ice, there's something in the hand, it's heavy, it's like a hammer, and you're drawing with the hammer. Eventually you have a mountain climber with one of those, you know, those hammer type things, with spiked boots on this mountainside with ropes and everything, and you draw it one piece at a time. And in fact, that's what it eventually turns out to be. But nowhere do you have like a television picture with everything clear. You're doing it piece by piece, and you're feeling each piece, and then you assemble it. That's why remote viewing typically takes about an hour. You're getting all the different gestalts and assembling them. So the first thing we do is simply collect gestalts. It's like one of those puzzles, jigsaw puzzles, where you have all the pieces and they're scattered around. And what do you spend your time doing? Fitting the pieces together, and so you eventually have a picture. So with remote viewing, you don't have the picture. You have all the pieces, and you have to collect each one of the pieces. And then by the end of the session, you, like a jigsaw puzzle, fit them all together. And finally, at the end of the session, you have an idea of what that thing is. Does it make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
That's how it works. Okay, now what we're going to do is shift gears. I'm going to get some real random numbers from a computer program that we use. It's on the website. And we're going to take these papers and put them off to the side in the desk that you have over there. And there's going to be a real target.
Okay, before we do that, we're going to go into our own worksheet now, before we watch the rest of this. So let me go back into, pull up this worksheet here. Hold on a second. Gotta do it a different way. We're going to open up template A, stage 1. We'll come back here. And I'll go back now and share this. Okay, so this is your first worksheet here, where you can make thousands of copies of these. They don't have to be, eventually you'll do it without having, you don't even, you just use a blank sheet of paper. Really, eventually you'll, you know, if you do it enough, like I have done it, you don't even need them anymore. But this gives you like a little bit of a guide, okay? So the first thing you see here is you see this box to the right. That's where you're gonna draw your ideogram. That's where the, you know, these squiggles, you know, go. Let me see if my screen's being shared. Yes, great, my screen's being shared. Yeah, good. So that's where the squiggles go. So in other words, if I gave you a target number, you're gonna write that target number down, and then immediately in that box, you're gonna make a squiggle. That's your ideogram. Whatever shape, whatever feeling, whatever movement comes to you at that exact instant moment, that's where it goes, okay? Then what's going to happen is you're going to press into the ideogram, and you're going to instantly, it's something, it has to be instant. You're going to press, you don't know anything yet. You're going to press into it with your pen directly on one of the line, an area of the line, and you're going to start trying to come up with the different textures, colors, smells, tastes, temperatures, the first things that are coming to your mind. There should be, in the information that I sent you, a descriptor word list. A descriptor word list should be in there. Let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Descriptor word list. You should have this in the email that you got from Rich. So this descriptor word list, it gives you the different words that are commonly used when you're trying to pick up sensory information on a target, okay? Now, you're not gonna, I don't expect you to memorize all this, like I know these, every single one of these words. You're still gonna use what comes to you. But just to give you an idea of some of the words that can be used to start to begin to describe what the ideogram has sent you, here are some of the words here. So if I were you, not right this moment, but I would take time just kind of going over these words so that when you get a particular feeling or emotion based off of the information you're trying to download, a word can come to you that matches it very rapidly. You don't want to feel like you're bumbling around too long for information, because what I learned is once you start bumbling around and trying to come up with ideas or figure out what this is too long, it's already gone. It's too late, because then the conscious mind creeps in and the conscious mind begins to actually try to give you input, and that input is it's an AOL, it's fake. Okay, so you have to go with the instantaneous feeling. You have to learn how to pick up on the first gut, what they call gut feeling. You got to go with that almost immediately. And these words will help you, be a lot more open and easy to come up with different types of descriptions. So, oh, I don't know, I didn't even remember that word. Yeah, gaseous or glassy or grainy. These are some words that I could have used when I had that feeling. So looking at this word list, and this isn't even all the words, obviously, but this is a good amount of words that you can begin to learn to use for a target. Dry, hot, hard, feel stone, stuff like that. So, but the thing, the key is the instantaneous feeling. If you go to probe an ideogram and you get a feeling, that instant feeling, and you come up with that terminology for that description of it, that word, but then you go back and think about it again, you'll find that it's going to be totally different. It's usually, people always say, trust your gut feeling, your first instinct and things like that. It's actually a real saying. It's actually a real thing. Like that first information you get, a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times, is actually correct. That's your subconscious and your subatomic mind already working in your favor. So one thing you got to realize, the reason why this remote viewing is working is because information is also coming to us at a delayed response. So give you an example of what I'm trying to say. Well, they did an experiment in a laboratory where they would have people looking at these images on a computer screen, and they had the cap on their heads connected to a computer so they can map the human brain based off of what the human brain looks like during different emotions. Well, what they found was that if they spaced the images 10 seconds apart and put it on the screen, the person's brain was transmitting to the computer ahead of time, up to 7 seconds ahead of time, what the next image was going to be in terms of emotional response. So if it was going to be tragic, or if it was going to be happy, sad. So researchers said, wait a minute, how can this be? So they duplicated this experiment over and over again, many times all around the world. And it's a fact. The human brain is transmitting information up to 7 seconds in advance to a computer as to what's coming up, what's coming next. And what does this really mean? It means that we're not living in real time. We're living in a delayed response time. What we think is real time is actually a delay up to 7 seconds. Something is already happening 7 seconds before it gets to you, and you're able to download and perceive it and then react and respond to it. It's already happened. So we're living in this state of constant chasing the information. The information, the reality of life and what's really happening and going on, it's happening slightly far in advance of where we are at the exact moment of time, what we call our moment of time, our real time. Real time isn't real time. So that's interesting to know, because when you look at remote viewing, a lot of the times it's because you're grabbing information from the future. And sometimes it's not really from the future, it's just you're able to tap into the true real time. and gather information and gather intel. But a lot of it begins with the first sense of the emotion, the feeling, the description words that you get right after the ideogram. Let me go back to this this PowerPoint here real quick. So let's look at one that's completed here. Okay, so this was student Dulcinea, August 11, 2004. Now, the target reference numbers you can see there are 4 and 4, 8751, and then stacked 2427. So when the coordinator gave out the number, that number was given out, 8751, 2427. The first 4 numbers go on the top line, second 4 numbers go on the bottom line. Or if you want, you can write the first 4 numbers and write a slash, and you can write the second 4 numbers. But they need that separation. There's this separation that needs to occur there with the 2 numbers. All right, but it's still an 8-digit random number. Now, this target for whatever this is was already consciously assigned to that target number by the teacher. So that the teacher knows what the target is, the student doesn't, but because the teacher consciously attached that target to that number, simply by just finding a target and associating that number with the target and then saying it, I actually say it out loud when I set it up. I do it like 3 or 4 times. To me, that locks it in, okay? So the target's been locked in this particular case. Now, here you go, step 2. Textures: slick, slippery, wet, icy, rough, hard, metallic. This is what the student is getting when they're probing the ideogram. Now you see the ideogram that she drew there in the box. It doesn't sometimes always, it's not always sometimes a completely connected line. As you can see, this line is almost appears to be 2 separate drawings in one, like a peak, which could be a peak of a top of a gable roof or a mountain. And then you have this squiggly line going down underneath it, which could be a river, a winding river. It could be, I don't know, who knows? It could be anything. So, this is what you can see. It's not always going to be the same thing every time. If your ideogram is the same exact thing every time, then you're doing something wrong. It's got to be what the universe gives you, literally, what the subatomic mind taps into. Okay, and you can see smells: fresh, cold, pungent; taste: icy, cold, metallic; temperatures: frigid, cold, warm; sounds: swishing, crushing, echoes, cracking. So you see what's happening here is this student is doing a phenomenal job in putting in these descriptions, because this is the low-level information that's needed to create circumstantial evidence. So without the, just like in a court of law, if you have circumstantial evidence against somebody, that person can actually go to prison. In other words, if you have enough evidence, you don't have any proof that they did something, but you have enough evidence leading to the fact that it should be that this was the person that did it, they can actually do jail time for that. Same thing here with remote viewing. With remote viewing, what happens is you want to build up a lot of this low-level information. And this low-level information, once you get enough of it, will then give you eventually enough information for you to make an educated decision on what this target might be. And so that's now when you look at this, you go, okay, wow, she got it done. Now, did she get the target? Maybe not. Because the thing about the ideograms is you can do them over and over again. You can go back to your target, rewrite it down, and do another one. Write it down. And every time you start to get more pieces of the puzzle to this target. Sometimes I do 3 or 4 ideograms, writing the target numbers down, and I keep coming up with more information that I can then add together and create my final target. This sheet here, we're going to actually use when I give you a target number soon. These are examples of some of the typical ideograms, okay? So you have these 90-degree angles there. Sometimes you get the, the over and up, the over and down, the down and overs. You get the land, which is usually a flat line. Mountains, which is usually a peak. Subjects, which are people, are usually that ribbon. I call that a ribbon. And then also water is usually a wave, of course, and energetics is usually some kind of chaos drawing, okay? Go back here.
Remote viewing session, but we also have to use our subspace mind's ability to get the perceptions in the first place. So there's a, you're saying man-made, so that doesn't make sense. So, and it's sort of satisfied with trying to describe a squiggle. Okay, so now let's do some probing. And you felt it was what? You have a choice here: hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy. Those are the 6 initial choices we have. Hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy. What does it feel like? Poke it into it.
Semi-hard.
Semi-hard? Okay, write down semi-hard with a hyphen. No, it comes underneath that. Okay, so we know that it's semi-hard, and now we want to know what we call advanced descriptors. So this actually is what we call primitive descriptors, which is it hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy? But now the advanced descriptors, we're going to probe it again, and then say, is it natural, man-made, artificial, movement, or energetics? So we have those 5 choices: natural, man-made, artificial, movement, or energetics. Probe it again. Is it natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics? Probe it. Pick one of those terms. What does it feel like?
Man-made.
Feels like man-made? Okay, so put man-made there. Okay. And now we put B colon underneath the A colon. Okay, and now for the B colon, you can write, I really have no idea what that is, so that's called no dash B. Or if you actually say, it feels like, it's actually a guess, sort of a little conclusion that you're drawing based on what you've written here. But now here you have something that feels semi-hard, you're feeling it's man-made, and you're probing it. It's perfectly okay in the beginning to say, no B. Otherwise, if it looks like something that you recognize, for example, this goes up and down, it sort of looks like a mountain ideogram, but you're saying man-made, so that doesn't make sense. So, and it's sort of semi-hard, so you may sort of say, I don't know yet. So, no B would be sort of a typical thing for something like this, unless you had a feeling for what it was. What do you think?
Well, my feeling, I kind of just feel like is wrong at the same time.
Go ahead, what is your feeling?
Kind of like, one of those fences that are...
No, a fence has a high level thing.
Oh, okay.
A fence is a high level. The most you could sort of say is... basically, for something like this, you're dealing with the ideograms themselves that we were coming up with. Subject, mountain, structure, land, movement, energetics. You're doing one of those things.
Oh, okay. So I guess, my feeling was a structure. Okay,
so put down structure or no B. Structure is fine. Okay, now you don't know if that's correct.
No.
You said, and that's a guess, okay? So at this point, let us say that you said, that's a big structure. I bet it's something like the Taj Mahal. Let's say you did something like that, okay? How would you do that? You'd say, well, that's a conscious mind description, the Taj Mahal. And you know that's wrong because it's a very high level piece of information. So that can't be right. So what you want to do is deduct it. Now deduct it has 2 meanings. A deduction is a conclusion, but it's also a subtraction. You're pulling something away, you're taking something away. So you want to actually take that Taj Mahal idea and get rid of it. Okay? So now we're going to do that again. I'm going to give you the target coordinates again, and you're going to probe it. Okay? And then you're going to follow the same thing, but I'm going to lead you through these introductory steps.
Okay.
Okay. Ready with the numbers? 3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3. Okay? A, colon, describe the movement of the pen with words. That's what I say, and what you do is you describe this. Now this is curving upward, peaking, curving downward. So, now if it was a straight line, you would have said sloping upward, but it's curving upward, so peaking, comma, curving downward. Now we go for primitive descriptors. Probe the ideogram. Is it hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy? Probe it. Look at it and probe it. Don't take time.
Sorry, I'm getting the same sort of feeling.
What does it feel?
The semi-hardish.
Semi-hard. Put it down. Now probe the ideogram again. Is it natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics? Quickly. No, probe it again. What does it feel like?
Artificial.
Okay, put down artificial. Okay, now B colon. So a B colon is typically at this stage something, a no B, unless you feel it's something.
I feel like it's just no B.
Okay, no B. Let's do it again. Okay, now notice you came up with artificial and man-made twice, okay?
What's that? What's the difference between artificial and man-made?
Well, artificial could be a beaver dam.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and that in which case it's not man-made, but it's artificial.
Okay.
On the other hand, a building is both artificial and man-made, so you don't really know.
Okay.
But notice the ideogram came back twice.
Mm.
That means usually that the first ideogram might have had a decoding error, meaning it might be something wrong with what you said about it the first time.
Okay.
It typically goes away once you get it, and it goes on to another gestalt.
Okay.
So if it comes back, that's sort of an indication, I guess I didn't get that right. Now, it may be that there's nothing there except that one gestalt. So then it keeps coming back because there's nothing, but if there's more than one gestalt at the ideogram in the target and the same thing keeps coming back, try decoding it a little differently and seeing if it goes away finally.
Okay.
That means your next ideogram is something different. So anyway, let's try it on the paper right here in the spot that remains. Ready? 3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3. Okay? A, colon, describe the movement of the pen with words. Now this would be curving upward, curving over, curving downward. Curving upward, comma, curving over, comma, curving downward. This gets you into the mindset of describing literally what's there, not labeling it. Describing the movement of the pen is like describing it without labeling it. We want to stay away from labels, just describing. Okay, now probe the ideogram. Okay, is it hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet or mushy?
Hard.
Hard? Okay, put down hard. Advanced descriptors. Is it natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics? You're taking too long.
Sorry.
You probe it, you feel into it. Natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics. Probe into it, just follow the pen into the target. What does it feel? Does it feel natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics? Make a quick
movement.
Okay, put down movement. B. What do you want to do it?
No B.
Okay, what does that ideogram look like?
Well, it's a subject.
It looks like a subject ideogram. So one of the first things you want to check is it a subject? And so now you have a hard description with a subject ideogram.
Yeah.
So something's out of whack. It's either hard and not a subject, or it's a subject and it's not hard. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so your next one, what does it say? Movement? Okay, and so a no B would be typical for something like that. Let's put that to the side and do it again. By the way, this is perfectly good because what we're doing is we're going through the mechanics of it. I don't speak so much later, and then it'll be much easier to do this. Okay? So, 3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3. Okay, that's all right. Just do it again.
Okay.
Actually, when something like that happens, put the pen down, pick it up, and start again. Putting the pen down sort of disconnects with whatever happened before. Okay? Okay. All right, so 3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3. Describe the movement of the pen with words. So you go A colon. Describe the movement of the pen with words. And this would be horizontal, flat across. Horizontal, comma, flat across. Probe the ideogram. Is it hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy? You're taking too long. The conscious mind has way too much time.
Yeah.
If I see the probe going, then the conscious mind
does words just jump out at you?
Yeah,
I had soft jump out.
Sometimes the thoughts, but it's mostly a feeling. What does it feel like? Literally, if you were touching something, what does it feel like?
Okay.
Try it again. Hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy? What?
Soft or maybe mushy, but soft, I guess I would say.
Okay, what did you say?
I said soft, but maybe mushy.
Okay, so put down mushy.
Mushy, okay.
Let's probe it again. Does it feel, for the advanced descriptors, natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics?
Natural.
Okay, put down natural. B, colon. What do you think it is?
Grass.
What's that?
Oh, am I not supposed to use?
No, yeah, you're just what does it feel like? Does it feel like you're actually looking for a label of the ideogram? Is it one of your ideograms that you've remembered?
So wait, I have to use a vocab term?
So you have enough information now to make a guess if you can describe which one of these ideograms it actually stood for. Remember we had different ideograms?
Flat land?
Yeah, so if that feels like land, put down the word land. Meaning you're describing the label for the ideogram. So sometimes you know enough now to say, okay, that ideogram represented one of the words I remembered in my ideogram drills.
Okay.
And if it doesn't look like something you remembered in your ideogram drills, and you can't figure it out, just say no B.
No B, okay.
But at this point, you're willing to say, this is one of my ideograms that I remembered, and it feels like that.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Now let us say we had that idea that you were thinking, okay, this is a runway at an airport. Okay. But that's a deduction. That's a conclusion, and you want to get rid of it because you know it's wrong. So what you do on the side, don't do it here, but you put a capital D and a dash and write out whatever that thought was.
Okay.
Like airport runway. Then you put the pen down, pick the pen back up, and start again. So every time the conscious mind leaps in with, oh, flat land, it must be a runway at an airport. You write it, you go D dash stands for deduction, which is a conclusion and a subtraction. D dash airport runway, put the pen down, pick it up, and start it again.
So if I immediately thought this was grass, could I do that for it?
Yeah, if you thought it was grass, then you go, okay, you did?
Oh, yeah.
So D dash grass. Okay, now you put the pen down and pick it up. Now it may in fact be grass. but you don't know. The point is, there's always something correct in every deduction. You just don't know what part it is. Ready? We're going to continue with the target coordinates. 3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3. A, colon, describe the movement of the pen with words.
Horizontal, flat across.
Horizontal, flat across. Primitive descriptors. Probe the ideogram. What does it feel like? And it's always one of these 6. Hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy. Probe the ideogram.
Semi-soft.
What's that?
Semi-soft.
Write it down. Probe the ideogram again. Advanced descriptors. Is it natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics? Probe it deeper. Move your mind into the probe. Okay, now what is it? Natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics. Those are the choices.
I'm going to just say man-made. I'm going to say man-made now.
Okay, put down man-made. B colon. Does it seem like anything that, do you think that's one of your, you can put no B, or if you think you've got...
No B.
Okay, fine.
Oh, well, yeah, no B. Well, I guess I could say, I was thinking of it as land, so I guess,
Land?
yeah.
Okay, put down land. Okay, let's do another ideogram. Often people put the pen down too from time to time just to break it.
Okay.
And then pick it back up.
If I had a deduction anyway...
If you have a deduction, you must put the pen down after that.
Okay.
And if you have a deduction now, you have to write it down.
Okay.
If you don't write it down, it hangs with you. Meaning, and it comes back later.
This is what happened over there.
Yeah, so if you don't have a deduction, now after deduction, put the pen down and pick it back up. That's why you get rid of it. Deduction is subtracting. The writing it down is subtracting. If you don't write it down, it's gnawing at you, and it'll keep coming back and control the session.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go ahead. By the way, the people that do controlled remote viewing, or CRV, they call D or deductions AOLs. AOLs for an analytic overlay, where your analysis and you're overlaying on top of that. But we like the word deduction because we like to use the word, it's a conclusion and also a subtraction. But it has the same meaning in AOL. They declare their AOLs to get rid of them. We declare our deductions to get rid of them. Okay, ready with the target coordinates? 3, 7, 4, 7. 8, 5, 0, 3. Okay? A colon. Describe the movement of the pen with words. That's curving upward, curving overward, curving downward. And a comma between each one, like curving upward, comma, curving over, comma, curving downward. Okay, now, probe the ideogram again for the primitive descriptors, and it's always one of these 6. Hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy. Probe. You can keep your eyes open. You just...
Wet.
Okay, put down wet. Okay, probe the ideogram again, and there's 5 advanced descriptors. Natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics. So don't spend a lot of time. What does it feel like? And then to make it's one of those 5. Natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics.
Kind of. I just sort of got like an image in my head.
What was that?
Just like the image of clouds in the sky.
Of what?
Clouds in the sky.
All right. D dash clouds in the sky. Put the pen down. They could be correct. There could be clouds in the sky. Now pick it up. Now you must use one of those advanced descriptors. You have 5. Natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics.
Movement.
Does it feel like movement, or you just, is it feeling like it? That's fine. Put down movement.
I feel like I just was describing clouds in the sky.
Okay, that's fine. B, colon. What is it? What do you feel like? Was it one of those words or?
The movement one, or?
Well, does it feel like movement? Then that would be a B.
Okay.
That's a low-level description, and that's perfectly okay. Okay, next piece of paper. By the way, we normally don't do this like this many times. We're just getting used to drawing ideograms, and okay?
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3.
Oh.
Okay, at the break, put the pen down. Pick the pen up. Remember, you have to put the pen on the paper to draw the ideogram immediately afterwards. 3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3. Okay, A colon. Describe the movement of the pen with words. That would be sloping upward, curving downward, curving under, horizontal flat across. So sloping upward, curving over, sloping downward, curving under, and horizontal flat across.
Sloping upward.
Keep following it. Sloping upward,
downward.
curving over, sloping downward, curving under.
And then across.
Probe the ideogram for primitive descriptors. Always again, hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet or mushy.
Could you say those again?
Yeah, there's 6 always, and they're opposites, hard and soft, and then semi of both. Semi-hard, semi-soft, and then wet or mushy. So hard, soft, then a semi version of each, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet or mushy.
Hard.
Okay, put that down, hard. Probe the ideogram again. Is it natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics?
Artificial.
Okay, put down artificial. B. Okay, let's put down no B. You'll get better at putting B's down. We're going to fill up this page and then we'll go on. All right, ready? Put the pen down. Pick it up. Okay, and now, ready?
Could I make a deduction so I make sure it's out of my mind?
Deduct what?
I don't know what to call it, but it's that fence that's behind the catcher on a baseball field.
Yeah, just write that down. D, whatever it is.
Because that's what I've had in my head ever since the first one. Is that what it's called? The backstop?
Behind the catcher on the baseball field?
Yeah.
Yeah, the backstop.
Okay. Let's just call it backstop. Backstop.
Okay, put the pen down always. Pick it up. Okay, now, ready? 3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3. Okay. A, describe the movement of the pen with words.
Sloping upward, curving down, sloping downward.
Write it down. Don't think about it. Just write it down. Okay, now probe the ideogram for primitive descriptors. Hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, or mushy.
Soft.
Okay, put that down. Probe for advanced descriptors. Natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics.
Man-made.
Okay. B? Do you have a B? Okay, we'll do it one more time.
Now, when I'm saying no B, what is the B supposed to be again?
The B typically is, remember when we were doing the ideogram drills?
Like mountain, something like
mountain,
that.
subject, land,
Okay, that's
movement, energetics, things like that.
Okay. Even if it's not a mountain, if I think it's just like a upward something thing.
So then you could write sloping land, but it has to be really primitive.
Okay, I don't really have one. I was just.
What's that?
I don't really have a deduction like that.
All right, so let's go on now. Last one, okay?
Okay.
3, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5, 0, 3. Okay? A, colon, describe the movement of the pen with words. Sloping upward, peaking, curving downward. Probe the ideogram for the primitive descriptors, and they're always the same 6. Hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, wet, mushy.
Semi-hard.
Okay. Probe the ideogram again for the advanced descriptors: natural, man-made, artificial, movement, energetics.
Natural.
Okay. B.
I don't feel like.
Just look at it. What do you think it looks like? You have a picture and a couple descriptions.
Well, can I write a D, a deduction? Can I write a deduction?
Well, say what it is. What do you think? Say the word that you're thinking.
Tree.
What's that?
Tree.
Creek?
Tree.
Huh?
Tree.
Tree. That's sort of an in-between thing. You can put down, that's actually sort of a, put down deduction of a tree, and in B, put foliage. Because foliage is, and it may be a tree.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so let's actually take a look at what this target actually is, okay? And then you'll see how things turned out.
Fine.
So the actual target is the Merced River in Yosemite, California, from the camera's perspective of this picture. Now, Yosemite is filled with mountains. There are trees, in fact. There is water. Now let's look at your ideograms. Let's spread out. Let's put the picture of the target off to the side, and let's put these things out. And now in the future, we're going to actually number our pages, okay? So actually, let's look at the pictures. Let's look at the ideograms. What do you see here, these ideogram labels? I mean, not labels, but what do the ideograms look like?
Flat.
Flat land, don't they? And look at the picture. You indeed have flat water and flat land. Okay? This looks like a curved, low-level hill. And in fact, in this area of Yosemite, see in the picture, you have a hill going up? Okay? That looks like a mountain. Mountains are filled with, Yosemite is filled with mountains, okay? Again, you didn't get the mountain right, so it came back. What does this look like, the ideogram?
It was a subject.
It's a subject.
Yeah.
There is, in fact, a subject there taking the picture. So there's a perfect, there's flat land, water, it's a river. Every single one of these ideograms are, in fact, perfectly correct. It's the decoding that you get good at. Now look at over here. What is this? What did you actually call this one? Actually, what did this feel? I felt like, okay, this actually could be movement. In fact, you have water. This is the Merced River.
Yeah.
So these look like actually movement.
I remember with this one, I kept on having this vision of like a yellow line going outwards, like, but I didn't know if is that movement or is that like just.
Yeah,
like
that could be movement.
Like
It could have also been the reflection of the sun coming out. It could have been a bird going through, a yellow bird. They have all types of colorful birds there. Could have been all sorts of things, but you do have movement here, okay? Now look what you finally got down here. As you were doing this more, you finally perceived a tree with foliage, and you figured it out. Finally, it was semi-hard and natural. You see how it sort of fits into it? I noticed also that when you did these things, you were getting a little frustrated with all of this, and this came out quickly. And you sort of said it with a resignation. It feels natural, and you just did it right away. In fact, it was correct. These ones, early ones, you were thinking about it longer and trying to get it right. This one, you basically, I could see in your face, you stopped trying to get it right, and you just sort of, it feels natural, and you put it down. So that came out to be perfectly correct. Do you see how this works?
Yeah.
So the ideograms are always going to be correct.
I was very frustrated.
But it's the decoding of the ideograms. So you always know you can trust these squiggles. But the question is, what do the squiggles mean? So the subspace mind is trying to get the information to you. As long as you do it fast and you did it fast enough, it'll be there. Then you got to figure out what it means. And so and by the way, this is a delicate dance between the subspace mind and the conscious mind. Conscious mind, initially, we're sort of tricking it to sort of get stuff through. Eventually, the conscious mind becomes cool with it and says, this is okay. This is cool. I get credit for getting this stuff right. And so it says, subspace mind, go right ahead. And then you calm down and you can perceive all types of stuff.
I see.
Make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Now, after every time you do a session, this is the beginning of a session. After every time you do one, you don't dive right into another one. You at least wait 5-10 minutes, take a bathroom break. You have to, otherwise you drag the perceptions into the next target. So you wait 5-10 minutes, remote viewing.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to, I'm gonna go back in there. We're gonna, let me fix this, hold on. We're gonna get into our meditation right now. We're gonna do an 11-minute, 11-second meditation. And then we're going to go and I'm gonna give you the target number, and then we're gonna create the ideogram. And from there, I'm gonna walk you through it. I'm gonna talk to you guys as you guys are coming up with all the sensory perception and writing them on your worksheet. And then we'll move from worksheet to worksheet. We may do the ideogram 2 or 3 times, actually, if you have enough copies. So you can also write on different parts of the paper if you need to. And we're gonna work our way down to see if we can start to come up with this target. As you can see with the young man there, he didn't even realize he was still gathering enough information to come up with a pretty damn good description. At the end, he almost was really kind of shocked himself that he was pretty close. I mean, it's not that, you know, it's easy to get frustrated because what happens is, you know, and it happened to me before too, is you're overthinking. And as soon as you start overthinking, you lost it. This has to be spontaneous information that's coming and flowing. And you can't worry whether it's right, whether it's wrong. It's whatever you're getting at the moment. And if you start thinking too much or becoming apprehensive because you can't believe that that's the information you're getting, then you're gonna create some false information, or you're gonna have AOLs, is what we call them, and then you're gonna have information that's gonna basically be incorrect or wrong or not even close. So if you do delay too much before writing something, write that thing you wrote down as a delayed, as an AOL. In other words, you're gonna write that down and say, look, this thing, I thought too long about it. I'm gonna expose it to myself so I don't keep doing it again. And then go back in and try to see if you can probe that ideogram and get some more low-level information from it, okay? So we're gonna do it in meditation. Then I'm gonna give you a target number. Let me make sure I got my target number up here off the screen so I don't show you what the target is. Hold on a second. Okay, my screen is not sharing perfect. Let me go here. And 1 second, guys. Make sure. Okay. Got that. Okay, let's go. We're going to go back to share screen and we're going to go into 11. The purpose of this meditation is we just got done listening to a lot of mundane step-by-step process information, and then you saw the young man come up finally with enough of a description was pretty close to the target image. Now that's in your mind, that Yosemite Park, those mountains, those trees, everything is there. And now I'm trying to give you a brand new target. You can't just go right into a new target like that. So even though that wasn't your original target, but the information from that is going to carry over. We have to clear our mind now. So in this meditation, this is actually one of my newest releases. It's a 432 hertz Merkaba meditation. And it's designed to literally allow you to travel, you know, in a light vessel. If that's what you so choose. It's a star tetrahedron. You'll see it in the video. But with this, what you want to do is you want to clear your mind. You want to envision a bowl in your mind, and you want to see a hand taking everything out of that bowl little by little until that bowl becomes virtually almost empty. Almost impossible to get a completely empty bowl, but you really want to quiet the mind. And the reason why you want to do this meditation is because what happens is as you're getting into a meditative state and you're focusing on the frequencies, the conscious mind is focusing on the frequencies. Now the subconscious mind is able to operate. It's letting it creep in. It's letting it slip in, and it's able to operate. So we're going to clear the mind. That's really what meditation is all about. When you're doing your mantras and and all that, it occupies the conscious mind in one section, and then the subconscious or the subatomic mind taps into the universe behind the scenes. So we're going to start this meditation, and then it's going to be 11 minutes and 11 seconds. And then we're going to get into, I'm going to give out a target number. Let's go back to, Okay. Wow, I feel great. Okay. Marcus Lathan raised his hand. Let me see. What does that mean? Chat. Trying to see if I can open it. Alternate H. Alternate H. Chat's not opening. This Zoom has been a little glitchy today. Pause this for 1 second. Just see what's going on here. He said, put everybody in a trance. That's my new meditations track. It's called 432 Hertz Merkaba Meditation, and it's on all music platforms. It's a real great meditation, 11 minutes, 11 seconds. It'll send you all to places. I was traveling, I was looking down. It's just an amazing meditation. Your speaker is not working. Please check your connection. Your speaker's not working. Okay. I don't know why this thing is trying to tell me that I'm muted, but if you guys can hear me, okay, that's bizarre. Okay, let's get into this now that we got a clear mind. So people are talking. I can hear you. Okay, great. They can hear me. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. All right, so let's get out this this first sheet, and I am going to give you a target number. Okay, your target number is 6455-0199. 6455-0199. Create the ideogram right away. Once you create that ideogram, the next thing I want you to do is put your pen on it, and the first feelings you come up for textures, for colors, smells, tastes, start writing those down. This is a live target, a live target. You see here textures. Whatever you're getting from the ideogram in terms of the texture, the colors, the smells, what do you smell there? The first thing that comes to your mind, taste, are there any tastes? Sounds, can you hear anything? If so, what do you hear? What type of sounds? Not specifically what you hear, but you can see here, like for example, they put swishing, crunching, echoes, cracking, just low-level information. Keep it to low-level information. Dimensions, okay? Can you sense any dimensions of this target? If so, put some low-level descriptors there. You can see here, in this one it said heavy, thick, massive, dense. Sense the dimensions. Again, putting your pen directly on the ideogram lines. And now, what I would have you do is take a second. You may want to go back and do a second ideogram with the same exact targeting numbers that I gave you. And get some more intel, get some more information, write down some more descriptors. Again, these descriptors are low level information, nothing like, you know, high level. You can't be so you can't be, say, oh, it's a bottle of smart water I see there. That can't happen. You know, using the keywords that are available, you know, from that word list. Pull that up if you have it printed out. Let that help you, guide you into the exact terminology that you need to put down. Low level information that you're picking up from the target. Now, let me open this up a little bigger. Okay. So you've created your ideogram, and you started putting out some sensory information there. Now, you want to try to create a little bit of an analytical sketch. So at the bottom there on the on that sheet, let's see that one. If you go to let's see here, stage 3. So the next sheet that says stage 3, it should be clear and open for you to come up with a rough analytical sketch. Nothing specific quite yet, but also under stage 2, you can write some more descriptors. You can start to go to your template B, stage 3, freehand, and you can freehand the shape of what you think it may be, what you're getting, what you're downloading. Don't think, that's the wrong thing to do, is think when you're doing this stuff. But try to pick up on the shapes, the size, dimensions, maybe even the colors or color, and you know, use it as you're in that field. Try to do the best you can to use instant information instead of thinking and thinking and thinking. Once you think past a second and a half, 2 seconds, you've already lost it. So again, we've given up the target number. You've drawn the ideogram. You've put down your descriptors. And again, you can continue to probe. I'm giving everybody a little bit of time. Probe that thing. You can go back and probe it again and get more information, more descriptors if you need be from this ideogram. The target is a live target. It's an active target associated with the target number that I gave you, that 8-digit number. Hopefully you wrote it in 4 and 4. In the analytical sketch, you must incorporate all of the stage 2 dimensions into the sketch. This step is critical to the construction of the site template. Keep your work neat. A small circle, probably a life form archetype. This is what this particular thing was down there. And just kind of give you some examples of what somebody else did. You've got to focus. Is it hard, soft, semi-hard, semi-soft, natural, man-made, artificial? Check out the chat. I just put the target numbers inside the chat. Some people were asking for the number. Okay. So I just put it inside the chat. Your target number right there, 645-0199. I'm sorry, 6455-0199. It's right there inside the chat, 6455-0199. I'll drop it in there again. Do the ideogram. As soon as you write that 0199, you should be right away to the paper to do the ideogram. If you didn't, if you delayed or waited to do it, then get another sheet or somewhere else on the paper, start over. 6455-0199. Right away, you should get something. The probe is, somebody asked me, where do you write the ideogram probe? Right underneath on that same page or on the same paper, that's where you start writing in information that you're getting back, the sensory perception that you're getting back, or the descriptor words, you know, hard, dry, soft, cold. You can write, you know, semi-hard, semi-soft, natural, man-made. All these things you can just put them anywhere on that paper. You're just trying to build up information here based off of what you're downloading from the target number. Copper Child Mike, where's the? Thanks, Copper Child Mike. I appreciate you, man. Let's see. Okay, answer that. Christopher Hayes, okay, if you're not getting a taste, and that's okay, don't write it down. If you're not getting, whatever you're not getting, don't write down. So that means that you're probably getting good information. If you're, you know, if you're missing different things here and there, stick with what is coming to you. Stick with the information that's actually coming to you. Charlene Jones says she had a brother that was murdered in a home invasion on Wednesday. Wow. Goodness. I'm gonna talk to Charlene after we get off of this thing privately. All right, so 6499-0199. That's your target number. Okay, so now you guys are working on the target number. I'm gonna go in here real quick and see something real quick. How you guys are doing that? Yeah. Okay. We're going to start now on a little bit more active sketching. So I'm going to go back into you should see this as one of your sheets. If not, just use a blank sheet of paper, freehand sketch. Just freehand sketch using just lines. Doesn't have to be anything intricate yet. Using just lines, what, you know, this is just an example of something else. Freehand sketch what you were getting. once you freehand sketch, you're going to want to start writing down more sensory perception information on stage 4. Things like, again, it's really, you've been accumulating it already, but is there anything new, anything additional that you're getting? Some of the stuff you already got, write it down again. What dimensions are you getting? Is it something very small, or is it something that's massive? Is it something that's medium sized? Is it the size of a school bus or an elephant, or is it, is it the size of a toy? What kind of dimensions are you beginning to get? What kind of, are there any, are you picking up any sensory perception of any other subjects? In other words, people in the area. And if there are, what emotions can you pull from that, or from them? What can you detect in their emotional state? What tangibles? So tangibles are things that have basis to them, have matter to them. Okay, what tangibles are there in the area that you can pull down? Even air is a tangible because air is made of molecules. Okay. And any overlay you're getting, if you're getting a specific exact idea that this is exactly what this thing is, it's probably an AOL. So what you want to be able to do is you want to be able to stick to low level information. We want to build up enough circumstantial evidence to then say this is what we think it's going to be. We don't want to just jump to say, oh, it's this. We're not even at that level yet. We're just at the beginning stages, okay? Or you guys are just at the beginning stages. So you want to use all the circumstantial evidence, and you want to just keep building and building and building. If you need to do another ideogram off the target number, you can do that too. Go back to the chat here. Let's see. Yeah, low level information. That's right. So, you want to stick to descriptor words. If you remember the descriptor word list that was sent out, if you got that one, it was, textures, air, bristly, bumpy, coarse, dimpled, velvety, wet, wooden, colors, amber, beige, black, blue, bright, bronze, brown, dark, smells, acrid or aromatic, chemical, earthy, fragrant, fresh, moist, moldy, musty, pungent, taste, so all these words give you, and you don't have to be these exact words, but just give you an idea. What is low level information? It's information that just begins to describe something, but is not the actual thing yet. You can't say it's this yet because you just don't have enough intel yet. And if you begin to say, oh, it's this right away, then you know that you're way off. I mean, you could get lucky, but at the same time, that's not the right process to build up reliable intel, reliable data. You have to do this in a method that this methodology actually works, where you're just creating this information based off of what the sensory perception you're pulling down from this target number. For some reason, my screen is paused for some reason. What's going on here? Oh, Chris says, can we, Elaine says, are we gonna have a website? Yes. I'm going to have this uploaded on a link on Forbidden TV with access for you guys. And Rich is also going to upload it to his own video hosting service with access to you guys. It'll be totally accessible forever. You're not going to have to pay any money to access it or anything. So you'll be able to go over this over and over and over again. Okay. Can you remote view point back to past events? Yes, you can remote view past events as well. Now you can't remote view a specific time in the past. It's hard to lock in and allocate a specific time because the way that remote viewing works is mind outside of space and time. And because remote viewing is actually happening at a higher dimension, the past, present, and future happen all at once. And that's why you can see the past, present, and future in remote viewing. The only thing you can't do is then take that event and bring that event back into this dimension and assign a time to it. You can get close because of events that lead up to the horizon point of that thing, but you can't literally just say, oh, I want to go back to December 4th, 1975 and get this information. It's very hard to do it that way when you're trying to lock our linear timeline onto multidimensional information. But what you can do, though, is you can see things and you can say, okay, you know for a fact, for example, going back in time, if you want to go back behind 9/11, right? So you know 9/11 was a huge ripple in space-time, huge ripple globally. That's a big event. That's going to have ripples that continue to go out at a high level. So if you want to go back behind 9/11, you're going to use 9/11 as a guide point to say, okay, once I've passed this 9/11 going backwards, I'm getting closer to the event that I'm trying to view, but you still can't lock in a specific exact time. You get a general idea based off the intelligence that you collect. What type of vehicles do you see? What type of structures do you see? What type of clothes are people wearing? You know, all these kind of things will give you an idea of the era that you might be in. You know, is it the Victorian era? Is it the 80s? You know, you have to get intelligence to base your idea or your best guess on what era you may be in going back in time. But yes, you can go backwards and you can go forwards too. Can you prevent yourself from being a target, or is all open? There's no way to prevent yourself from anybody remote viewing you, or you remote viewing anybody. There's no way to block it, unfortunately. That's just the way the universe is set up. That's why, you know, in the Emerald Tablets, those talks about the book of life. In the Mahabharata, they have this same Akashic record, and that even made it into a modern day Bible where you have this book of life. That's because every sentient being in the universe generates electromagnetic waves of thought patterns that are saved and stored in the ether of space-time permanently. So everything you've ever done or thought is already out there and exposed. So there's nothing you can do to stop it. That's the way the universe is actually created. Somebody said, this is deja vu. Consider remote viewing. I always get it like months or years prior. Then when an event happens, my subconscious triggers my conscious, and the event is going on. Yeah, that's actually pretty close to what's happening. It happens a lot to me, a lot. Keep getting the same words. Okay, stick with those same words then. Don't try to create anything other than the words, Davita. Stick with those same exact words. Dark 3 times. Let me not give up. That's okay, Jackie. If that's what you wrote, you know, stick with what's coming to you. Stick with what's coming to you, and you know, probe that ideogram a little bit more and see if you're getting anything else. I'm going to see the next sheet here. It's not moving. This computer's acting weird. It's plugged in. If you have multiple sketches, you want to go to a blank sheet of paper or your site template page and start combining the sketches together along with, well, just combine the sketches together first, whatever you have, whatever ideas or concepts you have in terms of the ideograms and what information you were able to bring. On a clean sheet of paper, just start from zero and just try to feel out that sketch, combine the sketches together. This is just an example. Constructing the site template, start by looking through your S3 analytical sketches for elements common to two or more key site aspects. So things you see there, things you picked up on, shapes and ideograms that you've already done, if you've done 2, 3, or 4 of them, bring them all into this one page and just bring them all together. And then take those descriptor words and start writing them all around this newly combined template, sketch template, based on where these words should go, these descriptor words should go. This is an example right here. Let me get back to the chat. It's easier for me to exit out and go back to the chat that way. How do you remote view the future for a business idea? Okay, that's from King. That's a great question, King. So what I do is, why am I so blurry? Hold on. Okay, that's a little bit better. What I do is, so I get a business idea, for example, or I get presented with a business idea. So for example, this was a wholesale catalog company somebody recently came to me with. And it's a very good friend of mine, somebody I know for a very, very long time. Trust him just immaculately. I mean, just great person. But friends are friends and business is business, okay? And you never know what business is going to do, what is going to go, is it going to be great? Is it going to crash? Is it going to suck you dry for money? Is it going to be a waste of time? You just don't know. So I found out information about the business itself and the ultimate goal of the corporation or the company or the opportunity. What is the ultimate, what is the agenda? What's the ultimate goal? And then from there, I start writing down on a piece of paper all the information about the company, all the information about the goals and everything else, and what the potential is, if there's any potential, or if it's just a startup, what the ultimate goal is. And then what I do is I begin to try to figure out what can I select as a target that will tie me back to this business. So I selected as a target. So with that particular business, I selected as a target health products, not health products, but it was, oh goodness, I'm trying to say this without giving up the name of this company because I don't want to do something like that. But this particular chemical in the product, and there's something in there that basically there's no clinical testing on, okay? There's no clinical testing. And because of that, I don't know if it's gonna, over time, have an adverse effect on a person or not. So what I did was I made the target that particular chemical, or that particular ingredient, I should say, the ingredient. I made that the target. And so I made that a target, and I assigned a TRN number to it, or a target number, which is an 8-digit random number. And I'll give you guys a random number generating website. You can generate your own random 8-digit numbers. So I assigned my 8-digit random number to it. And then what I did was I remote viewed the target for a future date. I want to find out, based off of ripples in space, will this ingredient create a huge ripple in the future? Will it all of a sudden become a problem where people are getting sick, people are having situations and things like that? And based off of my remote view, I found that that particular ingredient was going to have some issues, some bad side effects. So I decided not to do that business. And it all came back in off of my descriptors. So the descriptors is how I grab the intel. In that particular case, there wasn't really any images to draw. It wasn't a object I had to draw. All I had to do was bring in all my descriptors, and the descriptors came back bad over and over and over again. Sick, sickly, dying, cancers, tumors, you name it. It was horrible. And unfortunately, I was right, and the company got shut down. So, it does work, but you have to find something that you can create as a target that will link you back to that business. So, no matter what it is, there's always something to link to that business that you can give a target to. And if that thing that's crucial to that business is your target, you then pull down information on that thing from the future. And you can get a good idea of whether it's going to be good, whether it's going to be bad or indifferent. And that's how I do it. So I do the ideogram anyway. Always do the ideogram, King. Always do the ideogram no matter what, because it's still, the ideogram has the information in it. Remember, I'm going to probe after I make the ideogram, then I'm going to probe it with my pen, and I'm going to get back the descriptors. So I have to have the ideogram so I can actually get the information back. Without that, I won't be able to get the information back. So it's really important. Somebody says, you spoke about experiments done by our cousins, humans. Can you remote view to find the chromosomes? Oh, it's moving so fast. Why you got a lot of messages in here? Hold on. Can you remote view to find out the chromosomes we are missing? Okay, so Sylvester Savage. Okay, so we're not missing chromosomes. What they did was they took chromosome number 2 and they pulled it out and they fused it together. They clipped it on one end and clipped it on the other end, and then they fused it. Now, this is peer-reviewed science. This is real biology taught in colleges. Scientists, mainstream scientists today cannot figure out how chromosome number 2 was taken out and fused together. This is something that happened in ancient times. They estimated that it happened around 200,000 years ago. Ironically, that's when the stone tablets say that they did it. So they took out chromosome number 2 and put a telomere cap on each end to shorten our lifespan. How to remote view in the stock market? Great question. Okay, again, so now you get into becoming a skilled remote viewer when you get to that point. This is it's just the beginning stages. And again, I don't guarantee any stock profits. Okay, but what I do when I play the stock market, and I do the stock market quite often, I mean every single day, is again the same way that I get information on businesses and intel on businesses. I do the same thing to find out which stock is going to move. Well, I can't say which stock. I find particular companies that I'm interested in first, based off of just doing regular market research. Okay, so for example, I know that what's recent that this company called Ripple. Okay, Ripple XRP is their symbol. XRP. It's a cryptocurrency actually. And I think it was at 15 or 18 cents at the time. Very, very low. And I did a little bit of research on it. It looked like they had gotten the contract to do interbank transfers. So I said, interesting. Interbank transfers. If all the banks pick this up, this could be huge. So what I did was I assigned Ripple to a target number to see in the future if it was going to have any type of a positive feedback, positive feelings, positive information, a lot of good things being said about it. And I got back a lot of positive information, a lot of great positive information. Matter of fact, I not only did I get it back, I jumped on it and I bought it. I bought a massive amount of it because it was only pennies. And right now it's at, I think, 65 cents or 60 cents the last time I checked. But either way, if it reaches $1, I'm over $1 million just on that one stock. And it was just one of those weird things. But this is how I've done it so long. So you got to say, okay, how can I figure out this is going to be good? Stocks are moved on emotion. Okay, so if you're going to buy and hold stock to buy it and hold it to sell it for a profit later, it's not an option. So options is where you're trying to make an option call and you're betting for it to go up or go down. And whether the stock goes up or goes down, either you make money or you don't, but you never own the stock. in buying and holding, which is what I do now in swing trading, you can buy the stock. And I look for positive, because you want it to go up. I look for positive feedback and information. Now, once the stock goes up to a certain point, usually it corrects itself and drops back down a little bit. And if you think the stock is going to stay positive long term, you can buy more when it drops a little bit, and then, you know, increase your profit margin there again. But I always try to look for the positive vibes, because I'm doing buying and holding. So I'm looking for the positive descriptors, things that feel good, things that make me feel like I feel good. And a lot of times, often, there's always a lot of, you know, bad stuff. I give you an example, Moderna. I looked into Moderna because everybody was like, Moderna, they're going to be doing the vaccine. I'm not taking no vaccine, but I want to find out if this stock is going to make any money. So I remote viewed Moderna, and I got a lot of bad feelings, horrible feelings, fear, scared, hurt, sick. And about maybe 2 or 3 of my friends bought a lot of it. I mean, I say a lot, I mean, oh my God, they bought a lot. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of that stock. I didn't buy any. And then I would say maybe about a week after they bought it, 2 people died in the clinical trials, and the stock dropped. And I don't think it's going to really ever explode. I think that's the one that, what's his name, this crazy guy. Bill Gates, I think, is the guy who's invested into that one. I think that the other company is going to do much better. Pfizer, even though I'm not going to invest in Pfizer either, just my personal thing, investing into vaccines. But I think Pfizer, if anybody wants to invest in Pfizer, I think that's the better bet. I did the remote viewing on Pfizer for a friend of mine, and I got a lot of positive information. Success rates were much better, in my opinion, based on the descriptive words. I think I would have went with, if I was going to invest into a vaccine company, I would invest in Pfizer, not Moderna. But you know, so that's how you do it. You tie it to emotions when you're dealing with stock market stuff. Okay. Let's see here. What if you lost your wallet? How would you use this technique to find your wallet? Okay, so just like I found my ex-wife's wedding ring. So what you do now is, in that particular situation, you know what you're looking for. So you just don't know where it's located. So you assign a target number to the wallet. So if you lose your wallet, okay, the first thing you want to do is you're going to go and you're going to get your random number generator out on your phone. It's a website. I'll give you the link. Generate your random numbers, and then issue that number to your wallet. Now your TRN is your wallet. That's your target. So now from there, you are going to begin to get, once you make your ideogram, you're going to start to get emotions and feelings and descriptors about that wallet. And that's going to begin to lay out and tell you really where it's located. The smells, the taste, the sounds, the touches, the feelings, hot, cold, soft, warm, all these kind of things. Eventually, you're going to build up enough information. If you do it over and over again, you'll find out exactly where you left that wallet. You'll have so much information that eventually you'll go, oh my God, now I remember now. Now I know where it's at. That's usually what happens. Okay, that's usually what happens. I kept getting wavy lines in one mountain. And I kept feeling hot and dry. Boy, you're doing good, Nessie. Wow. Okay. Let me go back in here now and see. I don't know. I wish I was waiting for me to see all you guys' images. This is going to be hard. That part's going to be hard for me to figure out. Let me just try something here. Share. This is your 8-digit random number generator. It's numbergenerator.org/random-8-digit-number-generator. Or you can just go to numbergenerator.org, and they have a tab there for 8 digits. They can generate any number, any amount of numbers, 2, 1, 20, 5, 6, whatever you want. Just click on the one for 8 digits, and you can generate your random TRN. That's how I got your TRN here, your 64550199 target. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up this, I'm going to go into a different view mode where I can see everybody's face. And you guys can hold up what you've drawn. Let me see if I can do that. I got to figure this damn thing out. Okay, now I can see a lot of people. Okay. Don't pick your boogers. Okay. Okay, hold up what you got. Let me see what you got. What's up, Keisha? Soniha, is that how I say that? It's pretty good. Soniha. Destangelos. I can't hear you, but okay, well, yours looks good. Let me see what we got here. It's so hard to see some of them. Okay. But Paul got a lot of data. Wow. Interesting. Oh, man. J. Rue. Wow. Let me see Curry J. Okay. Oh, wow. You see who's down here in the corner. Crystal Ford. Let me see what you got. Okay, not bad. Wow. And JR, hold it up a little bit to the I see the ideogram. What else did you draw? That was just it. Dorothy. Polite. Okay. Oh, wow. Whew. Oh, Dorothy. Wow. Okay, let me see. Philo 365. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Bernice. All right. Shaking her head. Let me see Reggie. Okay, Reggie looks good. Latifa. Okay. Brian. And some of you guys got a lot of good stuff here. Wow. Brown Mistress. Okay. Natalie, I see yours. Brian. Let me see yours, Brian. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I saw that one. Yeah, yeah. That was one of the first ones I saw. Yeah. For some reason, I can't see everybody's. I can only see it. Oh, I got to scroll to the right. Oh, I see. Oh, if I keep moving right, I can see more people. Wow. Okay. AJ. Wow, AJ, you got a lot of data there. Wow. That's pretty good, Donovan. Elisa. Linda. Let me see. Okay. Wow, a lot of intel there. Noble. Lando Williams. Okay. Oh, let me see, Dawn. Dawn, can you put that a little closer, Dawn? Oh, yeah. That's pretty good. Wow. Ifeitayo Bay. All right. That's pretty good. Okay, let me see Frankie. Frank Kelly. All right. Some of you guys don't know. You guys are pretty, some of y'all are pretty close, man. Oh, man. Wow. Okay. Tan Farusa. Angelique Rocky. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Matthew Pereira. Let me see what else we got. Melvin Thomas. Okay, not bad. Gregory, I see yours. Not bad, not bad. Rosanna. Jonathan Bryce. Let me see. What you got, Camille? Okay, all right. Okay, Vicky Jackson. Okay. Eric Pope, I see yours. Some of y'all are pretty close, I'm telling you. I mean, wow. I mean, I can't obviously go through all 500 people on this thing here, but I see a lot of great work. You guys really put in some, I mean, work. You really put the effort into this. Rev Laurie Love, okay. Al Hajai, pretty good. Andre, okay. Kind of see. Finette Gates, pretty close. Angel Thornton or Angel Thornton. Man, some of y'all gonna be shocked when I show you this. Wow. Okay. C. Brown. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm gonna do a reveal on this thing now. Let me see if I can go back. Some of you guys were incredibly close. So I saw a lot of people drawing these mountain peaks. Some people may have thought they were something else, but these peaks, there's a lot of, probably I would say 2/3 of the photos that I saw had peaks in them. And then a lot of wavy lines, which would be the sands of the desert lines. And so a lot of people's descriptors said hot, smelly. I saw a lot of descriptors that would, be like a desert type atmosphere. And then I saw a lot of triangles, a lot of peaks like this. This is obviously the Great Pyramid at Giza, which is sitting in the middle of a desert. And right behind it, they started building on the desert, those condos back there you see in the background, which go on for miles. But then I saw people who had drawn what looked like could have been the Nile River going by the Great Pyramid, which ironically, the Nile River has dried up and moved further away from the Great Pyramid. So when I saw that one person who had the peaks and then that like river going through, that was like going in the past. That's like time traveling into the past and drawing Giza when the Nile went right by the pyramid. Incredible. Some of y'all were so close. I mean, just so dead on. It's really, not too bad. Incredible. So now, some people were, are just more naturally prone to be able to tap into this a little quicker, and some other people will take more practice. And this is a very weird kind of a way to do practice. But what you can do is watch the video over and over again, and you can begin to create your own practice sessions, and then start giving out your own targets, or have people give you targets and then practice on those. It's better than sitting around watching TV all night long and just wait and then going to sleep and going to work again. Do a little something interesting. Make it a family affair. Make it something fun for the family. You got Monopoly. You got all these other board games. Make it a remote viewing game and start playing with that and seeing how you can help develop that skill and that talent. Because one thing you got to realize is, for example, Michael Jordan is a great player in the NBA, okay? And Michael Jordan went through that funnel to get to the Bulls and get to the championship rings. Every year, 500,000 boys play high school basketball. 18,000 end up playing in college. That's a quick drop. Out of the 18,000, 30 go to the NBA. That's like hitting the lottery. And then you got Michael Jordan there, who went through that same system that they did, worked just as hard. He practiced, they practiced, but he was that much better than them. No matter what they did, you couldn't be better than Michael Jordan. So some people are just better at certain things than others. So in that case, you have to work hard. You have to practice. You have to take your time. And what I'm going to do with this whole thing is I'm going to talk to Rich, because I'm going to do a follow-up pre-recorded video, which is going to have less breaks in it, where I'm going to just go into a couple of targeting practice drills. And then I'm going to upload that. And so whenever you log in to watch this video, whether it's on his network or my network. There's going to be a second video probably within about 4 days max. That'll be a target training video. And it'll be less breaks. It'll be just me doing target training drills. And then you'll have that plus this entire full video to go through over and over again. And I'm going to also provide some additional materials that will be able to be downloaded by a Dropbox link. I don't think everything can be sent by email because there's a lot of stuff went to people's spam folders, and some stuff, people's emails were full and it was bouncing back. Email can't handle the file size, all this kind of stuff. I'm going to make a Dropbox folder, and we're going to send a Dropbox link with some more materials in it that you guys can utilize, along with having access to this video, along with another video, a follow-up video that I'm going to make just for this whole thing, and it'll be a target training video. And in there, I'm going to talk about a couple of different things. I'm going to talk about business. Somebody said they drew Thoth's spaceship. I saw that. So it's going to be business ideas and concepts. It's going to be for lost items. It's going to be for the stock market, and it's also going to be for the lottery. Okay. My brother uses it for the lottery. Now, he doesn't win the $1 million lottery every week, but he usually hits some of those pick fives twice a month, and those things pay decent money. I mean, it's not bad money, you know, getting a few $1,000s here and there every month from playing on the lottery. So I'm gonna put those in there. I'm gonna break it down into sessions in there, and it's gonna be one video, but it's gonna be broken down in there, and it's gonna be very easy to follow, and it's gonna be no breaks, no stops, straight through, and you'll be able to pause it, play it, rewind it as many times as you want. And it'll be specific for those areas, because those are like the top areas that people like to ask for. And then I might even come back with Rich again, do a follow-up free live for everybody that's on here now, just to get some feedback and answer some more questions in about a month, and bring you guys back on and talk to you guys in about a month and answer a lot of questions in the chat. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to get that all set up. Somebody said they had a peek in some warm water, some weather and warm water. Warm weather and water. Yeah, that's right. That's accurate. Yeah, Copper Child Mike L. Wow, he said he just won 5,000 before the class. Kept drawing peaks, feeling gritty and hot. You see? Says Billy, can we work on an app for helping people develop their remote viewing skills? Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely. That's a piece of cake. We can do that. We'll work on a remote viewing app. It'll be probably one of those random image generators, random number generator type apps, and you got to, you know, pick out what's the next number, what is the next image to help develop that skill and that talent. We can do that, no problem. I had a Nile River, yeah. The TRN website. Okay, let me give that website again. The website for the random number generator is numbergenerator.org. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Oops. I just dropped the link to the random number generator in the chat here. Yeah, we're gonna make the RV app. Thanks for bringing that up, King. Let's do the RV app and get it out there to the people. We'll do that. That's gonna be cool. And I'm gonna make that follow-up video immediately. This video is gonna be a quick edit and upload it immediately. I'm gonna send a copy of this to Richard tonight, Black Magic 363 tonight, so he can get it up on his platform as well. And we're gonna be sending out multiple emails to everybody, making sure that you get access to it right away. And in about 4 days max, I'll have the other video and some other materials for you guys. And then we're gonna schedule, just for everybody on this, only the people that paid for this, we're gonna schedule another free chat session. We're gonna come on and do a live a Q&A right here on this, on another Zoom. Somebody asked me something here, let me see what they say. Billy, after probing it twice, I knew it was Giza, but second guessed myself. Yeah, don't second guess yourself, DJ. It's usually the first thing that comes to you is what it is. You hit it right on, you had it right away. Keep seeing the volcano. Volcano could be the pyramid. A pyramid kind of resembles a volcano. Hey, you're welcome, Frank Kelly. I appreciate you. So, yeah, guys, this was great. I'm glad you guys were able to hop on here. I'm glad we were able to do this. And again, look out for those emails and please check the junk folder. I think 15 people had an issue with the email. And for whatever reason, 15 people, so for some weird reason, could not sign in. I don't know how or why that happened, but whatever, we'll figure it out. They'll have a video link coming to them shortly anyway. So I'm going to actually get this downloaded and saved and send it up to Dropbox for Richard right now. All right, and I appreciate every single one of y'all. Thanks a lot. I see you there, Brian C. Camp. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Brown Headmistress, Latifah, and everybody else, BJ Freeman, everybody else that came on here. I'll see y'all again in about a month on a free live video like this to talk more about this and see how much we've developed our skill and our talent. And look for those video links very shortly. All right, everybody? Appreciate y'all. Catch y'all later.